There's a public weapon.
I just didn't really understand. I've seen a lot of emails exchanged, but I didn't really fully understand what people were talking about. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. And yeah, and I think it would be like I know.
Morning, Sarah. Oh, you get the hot seat. You can't come down here to the hill.
Morning. I'm good. How are you? Good to see you.
I have something that I think is important for you.
Okay. Thank you.
I have something that I think is important to you.
Ah,
Whenever you get.
okay. That is important to me. I hope it's important to you.
Only in chapter 2 to the aligned order.
I did, yeah. Hopefully I didn't make any mistakes. Well, I just have. But you did.
Morning. How are you?
That's stuff.
Yes.
I am from, I don't know if you remember.
It's Pat Brumbaugh. I do remember you. We've been at some social things, I
Yeah,
think.
you had us over to your house like 25 years ago.
Oh, my goodness.
And I saw you were in charge of the election board. I was thrilled.
Well, thank you. Well,
Oh, that's right.
I'm not sure I would say in charge. I have
Yeah.
Well, I know, but you know, I always said, even when I was on the court, I'd never use the gavel because if you can't control a meeting without the gavel, then you can't control a meeting. So watch, this will be the first time I ever have to use it. You're going to say, you know, he told me once. How's Pat doing?
He's great. He's the deputy general counsel.
Right.
In charge. That's keeping everybody on the straight and narrow.
You know, that's such an interesting job because the issues are varied and Bob did such a great job, but I'm assuming he's going to transition out.
He's had a lot of health issues.
Yeah.
So like I said, I mean, Bob is, Pat's still, and there's still a lot of communication,
Right.
but Pat's still, Bob's just not.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. So what are you doing?
Well, I actually was Garland and Gallagher about 10 years ago.
Ah,
And I've since become the attorney for the Cherokee Board of Elections, so.
ah. Well, you know, she has impeccable judgment because she married Pat. And Pat has impeccable judgment because he married you. All right, good morning, everybody. Is this working? Can you hear me? Okay. I want to call to order the meeting of the State Election Board on this September 28th of 2022. Thank you for all being here, including those that are watching us by the live stream. As you know, we begin usually with an invocation and a pledge of allegiance, and I'm going to do that myself today. Invocations in the various jobs that I've had in public service, I think serve the purpose that one, it ought to reach across all religions and all beliefs. But it is the purpose, I think, of an invocation is before a meeting, especially to make people think that is there a higher purpose in our lives, and is there a higher purpose with respect to the content and the meeting that is being conducted. So I had a chance a couple of years ago to be on the island of Iona in Scotland. And there in Scotland, when we were walking towards the Bay of Columba, the person who was leading us read us a poem, and I want to read you that poem. It's by R.S. Thomas. I would ask you to just think about the words. You can view it as a prayer if you like. You can view it as just something that's reflective if you like. It's up to you. But the poem, one, is beautifully written. It's R.S. Thomas was, I think probably if you asked him, he considered himself more a poet than a theologian, but he was credentialed as a theologian as well. And this is the poem. It's called The Bright Field. I've seen the sun break through to illuminate a small field for a while and gone my way and forgotten it. But that was the pearl of great price, the one field that had treasure in it. I realize now that I must give all that I have to possess it. Life is not hurrying on to a receding future, nor hankering after an imagined past. It is the turning aside like Moses to the miracle of the lit bush to a brightness that seemed as transitory as your youth once, but is the eternity that awaits you. And I think that puts in perspective of the issues that we're going to talk about today, that it is a point in time of our lives and a point in time in the history of our state and our country, and that we ought to consider how this point informs both. So with that, if you all stand, we'll recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Be seated, please. This is a different sort of meeting for the board. It was something that occurred to us after our last marathon 9-hour meeting where we went over a lot of complaints and made decisions. And I felt as if there was a need for an opportunity to communicate more fundamentally about things that were known to us, that I think are important to be known to you, and that we ought to have a meeting, which I have called within the board in our discussions, a informational meeting. But before we do the presentations, I want to first tell you an incident that had a fundamental impact on me as a lawyer. I've been a lawyer for a long time. But when I was very young, I had a case that taught me two important things, which has guided us, I think, collectively as a board, but certainly has guided me in my life, in my public duties. So when I was a very young lawyer, one of the first cases I had was a case in Florida where I was to go down and try the case. At that time, I was trying cases exclusively. And my job was to go down to Florida and try this case on the coast. It was a criminal case. I was going to prosecute the case, but I was going to do it in a place where I wasn't living. I was a traveling lawyer, and so I would go from location to location. And when I got there, I knew enough about the case, but when I got there, I talked to not only the defense counsel, but also to the local prosecutor who was helping me and had worked up the case to try. And I was there a week before to get prepared to actually do that. And it was interesting because I had these two people with two fundamentally different views of a single issue. Well, you know, in the court, I would take that away, but I don't think I can do that in this position. And anybody else who has their phones on, if you would silence them, that would be a good idea. So anyway, back to Florida. So I had the defense counsel and I had my local prosecutor who had this fundamentally different view of a particular issue in the case, and that was the defendant's alibi. So this was a woman who had been charged with selling Quaaludes, which was the drug of choice at the time, cocaine and marijuana in fairly significant amounts. We had 3 counts against her. And one of the counts, the defense lawyer had raised an alibi defense. An alibi defense is a law defense, legal defense. And once it's raised, if there's a credible basis for the alibi, then the government has to prove the element of the offense, which is that in fact, the defendant was present when the crime was committed and committed the crime. So that's the law. And I realized in that point when I had this contest that I had to always be cognizant that it was the government's burden of proof to prove that she was present and had the intent to commit the crime. Here was the problem. And it was interesting because the prosecutor, the local prosecutor and the defense lawyer totally agreed upon this. They said there was a woman, the alibi witness was going to testify that on the date of one of the charges, that they were together, not where the crime occurred, but in a city that was about an hour and a half away, visiting a place in Florida called Wakulla Springs. If you've heard of that, it's sort of a resort sort of place where people travel for recreational purposes, but as I found out, it's also a significant wedding venue. A lot of people get married at Wakulla Springs. So I said, I need to know the facts of this case if I have the duty to follow the law. And they said, well, she's very believable. She tells about the day that they went, which was the date in which the drug transaction had occurred. And I said, well, I know that that's your evaluation, but I need, if I am in fact going to think about giving up that count because I believe the alibi witness is telling the truth, then I've got to talk to her myself. So we spent about an hour and a half talking to the most delightful, honest witness that I had ever had in a criminal case that was testifying on behalf of the defendant. But I couldn't understand why, because the evidence of her presence was so strong. I couldn't understand why we had this conflicting evidence by somebody that I thought was incredibly believable and was trying to be as honest and forthcoming as she could. So as we neared the end of the interview, I said, well, how do I really know she was there? Not that I didn't believe her, but I just thought that I ought to get more detail about the visit. And so I said, tell me about Wakulla Springs. Tell me about the weather. Weather matched perfectly with the weather information that we had. How long did it take for you to get there? She said, who drove? She remembered all of that. And then I said, can you describe Wakulla Springs? And she did. I hadn't been there, but I had enough information to believe that that was an accurate description. And then she said, and one of the things I really liked was the gazebo. I said, well, tell me about the gazebo. And she said, it's a gazebo. It's white. It's kind of round. And I said, why do you remember that? And she said, because of the wedding that was in the gazebo on that weekend. I said, well, tell me about the wedding. She said, I mean, it was beautiful. The bride had a long white dress. She had flowers that were blue and white. And actually, I think she had shoes, and she was taken by the fact that all this matched, and told about the husband, about the groom, and what he wore was a traditional tux. And to me, hearing that, I thought, not only is she credible, but she's got good recollection of the details of that day. And so I thanked her for coming in, thanked her for her forthcoming description of everything that had happened. And then we left. And I told the younger fellow that was helping me, I wasn't all that old. So he was, actually, he might've been older. I said, you know, we need to call the venue. to at least confirm that there was a wedding that day. He said, well, that's a good idea. I haven't done that yet. So we got the number for the manager of Wakulla Springs and asked him, was there a wedding? He had a book. He said, well, let me check. We went through it. On that date that she said they were there was a wedding. And so all of this is, we're trying to be fair and honest in this, but everything is lining up with respect to this alibi defense. And then I asked him this question. Is there anybody there that can tell me about the wedding? And he said, well, yes. I said, well, who's that? And he said, well, that's me. I said, well, why do you know about it? He said, because one, I'm the wedding coordinator and I'm the florist. So I'm intricately involved in all the details of the wedding. And he said, this book that I'm reading out of that shows the date of the wedding on the date that you asked about I keep notes about the weddings because I want to remember them. And I said, well, okay, we'll go to the date that I gave him that she was supposed to have been there. And I said, well, tell me about the wedding on that date. And he said, it's really interesting because I remember that really distinctly because it was unusual. And I said, well, what was unusual about it? He said, there were two things that one is the florist I didn't think was in line with what you should do on a wedding in that season. And the second was that we didn't often have this. I said, so what are the two things? He said, one, the bride was getting remarried and refused to wear a long white dress, and she wanted a beige cocktail dress. And I said, so what's the other interesting thing? He said, she insisted, even though it was in the spring, on having fall colored flowers to go with her dress. I said, what do you mean by fall colors? Orange, brown, some yellow. And I said, and what date was that wedding on? And he gave me the date, which was the date that they were supposed to have been there. And I said, well, can you look in your book and tell me about a wedding where was there a wedding in which a woman wore a long white dress, had blue flowers, and might have even worn blue shoes? And he said, yeah, that was the following weekend. Completely honest witness, simply wrong on the dates. And in fact, it showed that our evidence was that she had in fact been present, had no alibi, and she was convicted of that offense. Now, why is that important? I think as a lawyer, and I think as all of us in life should do two things. One is to make sure we understand those things that guide and are required to be followed in an environment. We do that every day. We abide by laws. We know what the laws are. Sometimes we don't strictly abide by the laws because we have some other motivation. But for the important laws, we know what they are and we abide by them. And then second, the facts always have to show, based upon the law, that they support the law and the conduct that was abiding by the law or conduct that did not abide by the law. And I say that because this informational meeting is one of our purposes is to do just that. We want you to know what the law is. And second, we want you to know what facts we know that as we struggle with the intersection of the facts that are really important in this issue, in this case, having to do with an upcoming election and frankly having to do with a past election as they might reflect on an upcoming election. But secondly, to know that when we agreed to do this job, one of the things that we agreed to do is that we were bound by the law of the state of Georgia. And I went back and looked at it. We just haven't done a very good job of explaining that. We haven't done a very good job at all about telling you factually information that might help you understand what it is that we're dealing with, particularly how these machines work. And this is not an advocacy event. We're not bringing in people to say, well, they work this way. No, we don't agree with that. This is just a description. And it's the same description that the first thing that I did when I became chair is I said, I want to go and see these machines and I want to look at them and I want to see what they're like and how do they operate. I don't want anybody to tell me about why they don't operate or do operate the way they're supposed to. I just want to understand the system. I want you to understand the system. So that's what we're going to do today, remembering that the law has to be followed and the facts are important. And what I learned fundamentally from from my experience in Florida was this, that in order to find truth requires objectivity and an open mind and a willingness to change your position one way or the other based upon what the law is and what the facts show. And so I think the best organizations are one where people are open to information, and only after they get a full understanding of information do they reach a conclusion about what their belief is and what they want, what they ultimately want to advocate, and what facts are available to allow them to advocate. So with that, I want to start with the law. Anybody who would like to can go and pull out Title 21. I would encourage all of you to read Title 21 having to do with elections. That's official code of Georgia, Title 21, which is the title having to do with elections, and read it from the beginning to the end, because that gives you the legal framework within which laws are conducted in our state as determined by the General Assembly. And so what we're going to do this morning is take those portions of that, some of it is pretty formulaic. It has to do with how do you file certain things that are unrelated to the actual conduct of an election. But I've asked Matt Mashburn, who was the acting chair before I became chair, but has served on this board, how long?
2 or 3 years.
Yeah. So the longest serving board member, does election law work and does a lot of work as a lawyer with having to look at legal documents and the like to make sure that they're done properly. So I have asked him to just summarize for you, and in some cases, the summary is almost verbatim what comes out of the statute, so that you can understand the board and you can understand the election process. So with that, I'll turn it over to Matt.
Yeah, power. Test, 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 test. Okay.
In the back, and everybody here in the back.
Test, test, test. My voice probably picks up volume as we go along. There we go. Okay, I'll back away now.
So now I know I can turn.
You got all kind of power. Well, one of the things we do as lawyers is we start with the law and read the law first. And rather than read all of Title 21 for everyone here today, I'm going to summarize only the applicable statutes and provisions. And so we start with one of the things that you find out as a young lawyer with regard to the law is that you can't just understand the law by reading one provision, because many provisions lead you to another provision that leads you to another provision, so that leads you to another provision. So we're going to do a little bit of that today, so that everybody can have the same framework. So we start with Title 21. We start with Article 8A of the Georgia Election Code, and it's entitled Statewide Voting Equipment. And it carries the subcaption for 21-300, provision of new voting equipment by state, uniform system for all elections to be conducted with the use of scanning ballots marked by electronic ballot markers, pilot programs authorize county responsibilities, education, county and municipal contracts for equipment. So within 21-300, we now proceed to 21-300A2, and that provides that all federal, state, county, general primaries, and general elections, as well as special primaries and special elections in the state of Georgia, shall be conducted with the use of scanning ballots marked by electronic ballot markers and tabulated by using ballot scanner for voting at the polls and for absentee ballots cast in person unless otherwise authorized by law. Provided, however, that such electronic ballot markers shall produce paper ballots, which are marked with the elector's choice in a format readable by the elector. Thus, 21-2-300A2 has two requirements. The ballots must carry both the capability of being scanned and of being verified by the voter prior to it being scanned, and it also is human readable in the event of a hand recount. So now we've introduced the electronic ballot marker. Let's look at the definition of the electronic ballot marker. OCGA 21-2-2 7.1 defines an electronic ballot marker as an electronic device that does not compute or retain votes, may integrate components such as a ballot scanner, printer, touchscreen, monitor, audio output, and a navigational keypad, and uses electronic technology to independently and privately mark a paper ballot at the direction of an elector, interpret ballot selections, communicate such interpretation for elector verification, and print an elector verifiable paper ballot. So now we move to, we'll skip ahead to 21-2-381, and that provides in any primary or election in which the use of voting equipment is impossible or impracticable for the reasons set out in Code Section 21-2-334, the primary or election may be conducted by paper ballot in the manner provided in Code Section 21-2-334. So now we have to turn to 21-2-334 and find out what the reasons are. And the reasons set out in 21-2-334 are if a method of nomination or election for any candidate or office or of voting on any question is prescribed by law, in which the use of voting machines is not possible or practicable, or in such case, at any primary or election, the number of candidates seeking nomination or nominated for any office renders the use of voting machines for such office at such primary or election impracticable, or if for any other reason at any primary or election, the use of voting machines wholly or in part is not practicable. So now we move ahead to 21-2-418H as in hotel. And that provides, notwithstanding any other provision of this chapter to the contrary, in the event that the voting machines or DRE units at a polling place malfunction and cannot be used to cast ballots, or some other emergency situation exists which prevents the use of such equipment to cast votes, provisional ballots may be used by the electors at the polling place to cast their ballots. In such event, the ballots cast by electors whose names appear on the electors list for such polling place shall not be considered provisional ballots and shall not require verification as provided by Code Section 21-2-419, provided, however, that persons whose names do not appear on the electors list for such polling place shall vote provisional ballots, which shall be subject to verification under Code Section 21-2-419. So now we're going to take a break from actually just reading statutes and move along. In the wake of the 2020 election, the General Assembly made public policy choices about the voting systems in use in Georgia. It did so in several ways. Two bills were filed in 2021 that would have variously required or allowed at the option of the county election superintendent the use of hand-marked paper ballots rather than ballot marking devices. The bills were SB 233 and SB 273. 233 proposed to specifically delete ballot marking device and to change the method of casting votes to a non-electronic marking tool designed for electors to indelibly hand mark votes on paper ballots or paper ballot card or cards. It was assigned to a committee but did not advance to a hearing. SB 273, the title of which was Elections and Primaries, Conduct Elections by Paper Ballots in 2021, authorized local governments proposed to specifically provide that in any primary or election conducted during 2021, the primary or election may be conducted by a county, municipality, or consolidated government at the option of its election superintendent by paper ballot in the manner provided for in Code Section 21-2-334. It was assigned to a committee, but did not advance to a hearing. In 2022, the Georgia General Assembly spoke directly about the application of the board's emergency powers, and specifically in the context of the board's exercise of emergency powers in the 2020 election. Unlike the United States Congress and its congressional record that carries the proceedings of the Congress, and a series called the U.S. Code Congressional and Administrative News that I lived in when I was an undergrad in law school. In addition to special legislative findings that are sometimes made, the preamble to a bill is widely regarded as the definitive legislative history of laws enacted in Georgia. In the preamble to SB 202, the General Assembly wrote that some of its purposes in the bill were to limit the ability of the state election board and the Secretary of State to enter into certain consent agreements, settlements, and consent orders, to provide additional requirements on the state election board's power to adopt emergency rules and regulations, to provide for allocation of voting equipment by counties and municipalities, to amend Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions regarding state government so as to provide for the submission and suspension of emergency rules by the state election board. The General Assembly specifically created a brand new code section, which was OCGA Official Code of Georgia annotated 21-2-35. And that code section carried the title Imminent Peril Requirement for Adoption of Emergency Rules or Regulations. Notice, certification of strict compliance, conflicting provisions. And specifically in 21-2-35A, the law provides, notwithstanding any other provision of this chapter, Chapter 3 of Title 38 relating to emergency management, or Chapter 13 of Title 50, the Georgia Administrative Procedures Act to the contrary, the state election board may only adopt emergency rules or regulations in circumstances of imminent peril to public health, safety, or welfare. To adopt any such emergency rule or regulation in addition to any other rulemaking requirement of this chapter or Chapter 13 of Title 50, the state election board shall give notice to the public of its intended action immediately upon the setting of the date and time of the meeting at which such emergency rule or regulation is to be considered, give notice by email of its intended action to the governor, the lieutenant governor, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the chairpersons of the standing committees of each house of the General Assembly tasked with election matters, legislative council, and the chief executive officer of each political party registered pursuant to subsection A of Code Section 21-2-110. And it must state in the notice as required by paragraphs 1 and 2, the nature of the emergency and the manner in which such emergency represents an imminent peril to public health, safety, or welfare. Upon adoption or promulgation of any emergency rule or regulation pursuant to this code section, a majority of the state election board shall certify in writing that such emergency rule or regulation was made in strict and exact compliance with the provisions of this chapter in subsection E of Code Section 50-13-4. And in the event of any conflict between the code section and any other provision of Chapter 13 of Title 50, this code section 21-2-35 shall govern and supersede any such conflicting provision. So to close out the statutory portion, we need to look at OCGA 50-13-4 and specifically 50-13-4B. If any agency finds that an imminent peril to the public health, safety, or welfare, including but not limited to summary processes such as quarantines, contrabands, seizures, and the like, authorized by law without notice, requires adoption of a rule upon fewer than 30 days' notice, and states in writing its reasons for that finding, it may proceed without prior notice or hearing or upon any abbreviated notice and hearing that it finds practicable to adopt an emergency rule. Any such rule adopted relative to a public health emergency shall be submitted as promptly as reasonably practicable to the House of Representatives and Senate committees on judiciary, provided that any such rule adopted relative to a state of emergency by the state election board shall be submitted as soon as practicable, but not later than 20 days prior to the rule taking effect. Any emergency rule adopted by the state election board pursuant to the provisions of this subsection may be suspended upon the majority vote of the House of Representatives or Senate committees on the judiciary within 10 days of the receipt of such rule by the committees. The rule may be effective for a period of not longer than 120 days, but the adoption of an identical rule under paragraphs 1 and 2 of subsection A of this code section is not precluded. Provided, however, that such a rule adopted pursuant to discharge of responsibility under an executive order declaring a state of emergency or disaster exists as a result of a public health emergency, as defined in code section 38-3-3, shall be effective for the duration of the emergency or disaster and for a period of not more than 120 days thereafter. So finally, case law also impacts our deliberations and our discussions. In Voter GA and Philip Singleton versus State of Georgia, Judge Kimberly M. Esmond Adams, a judge on the Fulton County State Court, considered whether electronic ballot marking devices complied with voting law requirements in OCGA 21-2-2, open paren 7.1, close paren, and OCGA 21-2-300A2. In this case, the petitioners claim that the state's current electronic voting system does not comply with state law. They argued that the paper ballot generated by the Dominion ballot marking devices does not comply with OCGA 21-2-2, 7.1, and OCGA 21-2-300A2, the two sections that were just described previously. Petitioners requested that the court order the state switch to hand-marked paper ballots counted by scanners. The state of Georgia moved to dismiss the case. In dismissing the case on May 31st, 2022, the court said, the fact that paper ballots include a QR code, which the system uses to tabulate votes, does not violate either statute's requirement that the paper ballots be produced and that the interpretation of the elector's intent be produced in a readable fashion. These requirements are satisfied by the printed paper ballots produced by the ballot marking devices. The court then decided the current devices comply with the statutes because they communicate the ballot scanner's interpretation of the elector's intent in a format readable by the elector through the printed paper ballot. There is no interpretation of the facts presented that would provide petitioner relief for their claim. The State Court of Fulton County is a trial court. The decision of Judge Singleton, the decision in Singleton of Judge Adams was not appealed. Thank you. Well, we'll check on that. Okay, well, I stand corrected.
So that's excuse me. Going to the next part of the meeting, which is after having described the statute that we comply with, what now for you to understand, not in a sense of advocacy, but just understand how the Dominion democracy works. I told you I could turn myself off, so. So I want you to understand, as it was explained to us early on in the year, how exactly the machines work. Because for me, I told the people that were on the board, I said, what I know about voting is that I voted. But I will tell you that when I go in, I don't really scrutinize what it is that's happening. I do what I'm instructed to do. And I said, now I want to look at the system and how it operates as a whole. And I wanted to know what security devices there were on it because I knew that there were people that had criticized the security. And I just wanted to know so I could reach my own conclusion about the security in the machines and the system itself. So I want to present to you Mr. John Poulos, who is the CEO of Dominion Voting, to just explain to you how the system, how the machines work. And he's
Garland said that some of the information he gave was incorrect, and I think we need to get that settled before we.
We're going to move on, but I will have somebody, if I can. Charlene, do you have the appeal documents, if there are any, in the case that Judge Adams decided? And do you know the status of the appeal? And has there been oral argument on it?
It has not been raised yet.
It has not been.
The request for oral argument has not been raised yet.
Okay. So it's on appeal.
Mr. Chairman, I believe plaintiff on the case that and I would like the opportunity sometime to clarify some of the false information that you just heard.
We'll let you do that during the public comment section.
I'm already got the public comment.
So we're now going to move to a description of the democracy suite machines by Mr. Poulos, who will be presenting to you virtually. Can we do that now? That's us.
Jim, if these screens don't work, I'm gonna come down here. Can you hear me?
Yes, do we have him on camera?
I'm here if you can hear me.
Can you hear us, Mr. Poulos?
I certainly can, yes.
Okay, wait, we're trying to get your picture there. Okay, I guess we have it now.
Can you hear me, Chairman?
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for having me. Do you want me to start a description of what our system does?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Well, essentially, our system does one of two things in a precinct. And I suppose the first comment that I will make is that we don't really do anything, any of the checks or provisions about verifying voters' eligibility. And that is done by poll workers. But once a voter enters into a precinct and is verified by poll workers as an eligible voter who hasn't yet voted in this election, in the state of Georgia, they are given access to a ballot marking device. And that device is a standalone machine. It's not connected to the internet. It's not even connected to each other. It's a standalone device. And essentially, it is a screen connected to a printer. It allows a voter to go through the appropriate ballot. So it keeps track, make sure that that ballot that a voter is viewing is from the appropriate district that they should be voting on. And it allows that voter to go through contest by contest, viewing each contest and making selections along the way on the ultimate way of producing a paper ballot that can be further reviewed. And I'll talk about that in a minute. So one of the advantages that the ballot marking device presents is that allows a voter to make selections in a perfect manner. So there is no ambiguity on the paper ballot. It allows them to scroll through each contest all the way to the propositions, and also allows for accessibility features that ensure that every voter, regardless of the level of physical ability that they may possess, allows them to independently mark and create a paper ballot for which they are able to verify privately and independently that can be accurately counted and recounted and audited as the case may be. So at the end of this stage, and this is really, as I said, the first thing that Dominion voting machines really do, is we help voters mark paper ballots privately and independently. On this device, on the ballot marking device, votes are not stored, votes are not cast. There is nothing at the end of this that is stored on the machine other than a paper ballot being presented to a voter. Now, a voter picks up that paper ballot and is able to verify their selections that verify that the selections that are printed on that paper ballot are in fact accurate, are in fact the voter's selections, no more, no less. And once they verify that, which Chairman is a very important part of the process, then they can walk it over to the ballot box. So as they leave the ballot marking station, all that's left is a paper ballot that is now in the voter's hands. There's nothing stored or nothing cast. There's no record of any kind of votes stored on the ballot marking device. So as that voter walks over to the ballot box, the official cast record, it is important to note, this is not a backup part of the system. The paper ballot is the official ballot that gets cast. That goes into a ballot box by way of a digital scanner. And so that's the other piece of what Dominion does. We have a digital scanner that scans that paper ballot and saves an image in triplicate on the memory devices of that scanner. And all that scanner does is it accurately and objectively tabulates the votes that are on that paper ballot. So without any use of technology, the paper ballot would go into a locked and sealed ballot box. The chain of custody of that locked and sealed ballot box is under the control of the election officials in that jurisdiction, and is obviously a very essential part of the mandated election protocols that go into place. But in addition to the paper ballot that can be hand audited, it can be hand recounted, you also have a record of by way of a digital image of what that voter verified and confirmed at the time of casting. So if you think through some of the legacy concerns about paper ballots and why many decades ago paper ballots fell out of favor for a period of time, there was allegations that during a hand count process or even during a recount process, somebody nefarious could have perhaps a piece of pencil lead under their fingernail and make a supplementary mark on that ballot at a time of a recount or a hand count. And one of the great advantages of having a digital scanner in this process is not only does the official record remain that voter verified paper ballot that can be hand counted and audited, but you additionally have a scanned image of each ballot that has gone through the machine. So as the voting day continues, it is important to note that the day starts with an open ballot box where members of the public, bipartisan poll watchers, other stakeholders who wish to watch the election can verify that the ballot box is in fact empty. And they can verify that the results tape that is printed, we call it the status tape because it shows a record of what is in that ballot box. And at the beginning of the day, an essential step of the process is to print a tape that shows the machine has no votes recorded on it for this election that is about to begin. As the election day proceeds, ballots are cast by voters after they have a chance to verify their paper ballots and choose to cast it. Once they are happy and sufficiently, they view that it's sufficiently voted, no more, no less, and then they cast it through the machine. Digital copy of the ballot is captured, as I mentioned, and at the end of the day, a poll official, when the voting closes, will close the poll. And immediately at the end of the day, when the poll is closed, multiple copies of the results tape will be printed. And the reason, so what's on the tape? The tape shows a complete accounting of how many ballots have been cast through the machine during the day. And it also shows the results of those ballots that have been cast in that ballot box. And that is just one piece of the entire chain of custody that comes together during the canvass process. And the reason why we print multiple tapes in the state of Georgia is because tapes can be given to political parties that are present in the precinct. A copy can be given to poll watchers, bipartisan poll watchers, and a copy of that results tape can be publicly posted on the wall of that precinct. And it really allows for an additional step of transparency that members of the public, the bipartisan poll watchers, candidates themselves now know the instantaneous results before that entire package of election material gets securely transported back to the central location. So I'll pause briefly there and happy to answer any questions as it pertains to these two processes.
If you have a question, if you'll write it out, I'll ask it to you. Just bring it up here and put it on the desk. Can you explain whether the actual machines have any security?
They absolutely do. So federal certification guidelines, Chairman, have a comprehensive list of requirements that any vendor is required to meet. And these are validated through the federal testing program, through independently tested and accredited testing agencies. As it pertains to our ballot tabulator, for example, there are physical security mechanisms that protect the memory cards that I referenced, so locked and sealed. It's the same type of lock and seal concept that protect the actual paper ballots in the physical ballot box. So not only do you have a physical lock, but then you have a seal that can be verified very easily. They're highly visible, so they can be verified by any poll watcher or bipartisan stakeholder in the election, even from a distance. Beyond that, the actual memory cards are both digitally signed and encrypted as per federal requirements. And that is only as it pertains to the security of the system sitting on the ballot box. Above and beyond that, jurisdictions have their local chain of custody and a host of physical security processes and public testing that layer on security on top of the actual machine security.
And I know that at some point for an election, somebody has to put the ballot onto ballot marking devices for that particular precinct. How is that done? And is it possible that somebody could put something else that would corrupt the ballot marking device after it's loaded with the ballots? Sure.
The specific process is really best answered by the state and basically the election officials that are accountable for defining that process. But essentially, the way to think about it is once an election is programmed, the election specific nature, so the candidates, the types of contests, basically the specifics that change from election to election are loaded onto the ballot marking devices. They are loaded one by one into the ballot marking devices. So it's not by way of internet and it's not done by network. They are done by physical cards. And that process and the mandated protocols of physical security and checks are an essential part of this. And as I said, that is done by those who have accountability for that, which is the election officials in that jurisdiction. So there are many protocols around from the federal testing standpoint that protect that process, including passwords, including specific election security identification that is not given out. But the process doesn't end there. It's designed to allow transparency, not only for candidates, but bipartisan poll watchers, but frankly, any election stakeholder by way of public testing. So once these devices are loaded, there is a host of public testing that occurs on them to ensure that nothing nefarious has happened. And just as importantly, nothing has happened by way of a spelling mistake that is propagated through the checking of election programming. And it gives not only the local county election jurisdiction the chance, but also any watchers the chance that the ballot marking device is presenting the choices accurately to the voters, and ultimately the paper that is printed that allows them to review their selections are accurate.
I'd like for you to go back. You keep talking about public testing, but you've never told us what that is. What do you mean by public testing?
Right. So that is a process that is controlled by the election jurisdictions themselves. And essentially,
excuse me, I understand that. I want you to tell us what that is.
Sure. So once the election is loaded onto each of the machines, immediately preceding an election, the public is invited in. The entire system is set up. So every single unit on every single tabulator, for example, is set up, and this is part where it varies jurisdiction by jurisdiction. But there is the goal of the testing is to create a known test deck of ballots. So as a participant in the testing, Chairman, if you were there, you would be asked to make your selections. You would be asked to verify that the paper ballot is accurate. And we would do this over and over and over, or more accurately, the county would do this and feed those paper ballots through the tabulator. And so there should be an expected result based on how you voted. And then once the polls are closed in this public test, the print tape is printed and you can verify your expected result to the result that is printed on the print tapes. And what is often the case, they'll do a hand count of the paper ballots in the ballot box just to make sure that the expected result is the same as the hand recount, which is the same as the result tape on the tabulator. And this is a process that it's a key. Sorry?
When you the expected result, when you put them through the scanner and you have somebody like me, if I put my ballot through the scanner, could you see what my specific votes were to make sure that they were accurately recorded?
Yes, you can. So in a simple scenario, if we had an election with one contest and 4 candidates, a sample test deck might be candidate 1 on position 1. We might want 4 ballots that vote for this candidate 1. The next candidate, we might want 3 ballots that vote for candidate 2, 2 for candidate 3, and 1 for candidate 4. So they're all unique. We would probably want a complete blank ballot as well, just to be sure. And then we would feed all of those 5 ballots through the ballot box. So we should be expecting a result of 4, 3, 2, 1 on that contest. And we'll keep it simple and we'll say it's a 1 contest election. And we want to verify that the results tape exactly tells you 4, 3, 2, 1. And then we'll check in the ballot box to make sure that those ballots are in fact 4, 3, 2, 1.
And for how many ballot marking devices do you do that sort of testing?
Well, they should be done on all of them. So at the bare minimum, every tabulator needs to be tested in this way in the public to verify that the count is in fact accurate.
And when you say in the public, how do you know? I probably am not going to go down and watch the testing. I mean, how do you know that it's really public as opposed to just being people that work in the precinct?
It's a great question. It's a key part of the process. It's a key part of the transparency. And so that is certainly a question that needs to be asked in every election, every jurisdiction, and encouraged. The process needs to be encouraged because that is a key part of the transparency that shows members of the public not only are the machines accurate, but also educates those on how the process actually works.
Do any other board members have questions before I get to the attendees' questions?
I'll have one at the end after the.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much for being here today and presenting this information. I have a question. Do the ballots in the test deck have QR codes on them?
In the state of Georgia, currently our certified system does feature QR codes.
On the test deck?
And because they're on the ballots, the test deck is a sample of the real ballots on the election. So yes, both the test deck would have that.
Thank you. And another question, how can you demonstrate to the public that the Dominion software reads the QR code accurately?
Sure. This could be done a number of ways. The simplest and way it can be done is through a risk limiting audit or any type of hand verification of the paper ballots in the machine.
So a risk limiting audit will verify an accurate QR code?
It sure would, because the ballots, ultimately, one thing that should be kept in mind is the official cast record is not the QR code. It never is. The official cast record, the official part of that ballot, which accurately, which shows the voter intent, is the text. And at the end of the day, that is the official cast record. So the accuracy of the tabulator is actually the easiest thing in the world to double check. And the way you do that is you can either look at all machines, you can look at one machine, you could look at a subset. So a risk limiting audit refers to a certain process by which a certain percentage of tabulators of ballot boxes are chosen at random. And each ballot box that is chosen, regardless of what that number is, from more than 0 to 100% of the ballot boxes, you pull out the paper ballots, the voter verified paper ballots, which is always the official part of the election. Those are the official results. Those are what can't be hacked. And you hand count them to verify the count of the tabulator.
Any other questions for the board?
I have a very quick question. Thank you. One, can you explain whether or not the security features and passwords are changed from election to election, or is it carried through?
They should be changed election to election. That's ultimately something that is done by election jurisdictions.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Some of these questions are redundant, so I'm not going to ask the redundant questions. We have an explanation.
I'm sorry, Chairman, I can't hear what you're saying. I'm not sure if that was directed at me, but I could barely make it out.
That's because my mic wasn't on. Now it is.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going through the questions that have been submitted to me are I'm taking out those questions which I believe have already been answered. And there's some that are redundant. So here's one. Does the QR code assign a unique number to each ballot?
No, absolutely not.
Your two questions, I'm going to ask it in a more general way that what is the function of Dominion Text? What do they do on election day? What is their purpose?
Their primary purpose is to be available to ask any questions and provide help to election officials who have any kind of need for troubleshooting. It really could be a number of things. A very common one, believe it or not, is the power. The power seems to be on battery power, even though the unit is plugged in. And a Dominion Tech might come. They are instructed never to perform any official duty. That is the accountability of a poll official. But you'd be surprised in how often this one happens, where it's plugged into an outlet in a precinct that is not live. That type of thing is where a Dominion Tech is sometimes helpful for jurisdictions.
Do your machines use Bluetooth or other technology that would allow it to be accessed by somebody using the internet?
No, they are specifically designed as per federal statute or federal certification standards to not have that capability. And that is what they are tested against.
And do your machines have any Bluetooth Wi-Fi chipsets?
No, to the extent that any, like our tabulator, for example, absolutely does not. And to the extent that any other devices that we would have, so for example, if we supplied a Windows PC for a central location, that PC is an off-the-shelf product, and they change all the time. So typically we use Dell computers, and the Dell models keep changing as whenever Dell brings out new versions. And so there is a specific hardening procedure that is approved by the certification bodies, where any functionality that might have been on a PC that perhaps does some ballot rendering at a central location, that functionality is disabled in the appropriate way.
When the audiences can control themselves, I'll proceed. Or if you can't, you might want to step out. There's a question asking him to interpret Georgia statutes. I'm not going to ask him to do that, because that is not why he's here. This question I don't understand. It has one incomplete sentence. But I ask, is there any circumstance where a scanner has to be reset And how do you do that?
I'm sorry, Chairman, the tabulator, the digital scanner that sits atop the ballot box?
The scanner that sits on top of the ballot box.
If it needs to be reset?
Yeah, or there are what might have scanners had to be reset, and if so, how's that done?
I can't think of anything sitting here right now why it would need to be reset. So, I mean, sometimes I've seen ballot jams where a ballot is inserted for whatever reason. The ballot has a torn corner to it, or there's, but you typically don't see that in precinct voting because the ballot it doesn't travel very far. It goes from the marking area. The voter takes it, looks at it. So really, I can't think of any time where it would have to be reset.
Well, if there is an instance, say, for example, where there's a turned up corner and it jams.
Yes.
How do you, what is the assurance that everything that's counted after that, including that jam ballot, is tabulated and included in the count?
Oh, okay. So if the ballot has not been read, is not able to go through the scanner, as you say, and it does not go in and fall and cast into the ballot box. The tabulator, the ballot tabulator will prompt the poll official with the instruction to clear that ballot jam. And if the ballot is torn in a way that makes it unscannable, the poll official will direct that voter to create another paper ballot. They have supplementary counting procedures to make sure that torn ballot is properly accounted for, that outside of the Dominion system, because the Dominion tabulator that sits atop the ballot box only counts the number of ballots that poll officials allow voters to feed in. So in the course of a day, if it's 100 ballots, the tabulator has no idea who the voters are. The tabulator has no idea how they've been verified, but the only thing it's accountable for is to make sure that the ballots that have gone through that tabulator have been accurately accounted for but not only in number of separate ballots, but also the interpretation of every vote on every contest. And that's the part that is verified independently through the use of hand count audits and hand recounts.
This is a question about training of local officials, and he is not here to talk about how local officials are trained, so I'll not ask that. This is a question about something that happened in a local precinct, so I won't ask that. I mean, this is another question having to do with connection of machines, the internet. Can you go, guess, could you go over again, looking at your whole system and the ballot marking devices and the scanners and anything else that is associated, I have, in addition to that, with your system as opposed to some supplemental process at the local election office? Which devices have any ability to access the internet through Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, or any other technology?
Sure. Well, our ballot marking devices do not have that capability. And that's what they're tested for, not only by the jurisdiction, but by certification agencies. But again, the ballot marking device is a screen and a printer. It doesn't store votes in any way. It has nothing to do with the tabulation process. It provides a voter with a paper ballot that they can verify. On the scanner, you have a scanner that is designed by federal requirements to operate in a air-gapped manner without connectivity. So at no point during active voting is there any capability of that device being connected to anything. It is complete standalone system. Now, the tabulator is configured in some jurisdictions by law, and Georgia is not one of those, to be able to attach an external device to transmit unofficial results after polls close. This is a process that requires breaking a physical seal and connecting something that is quite large that dongles out of that tabulator that is easily viewed. It's designed to be easily viewed by any poll watcher in that precinct, be it a poll worker, a bipartisan poll watcher, or just a member of the public. And again, the most important point here is that Georgia is not one of these jurisdictions. So there are absolutely no ways of connecting. We haven't sold this device in Georgia. Georgia doesn't have these devices. And so in Georgia, that locked port that is both locked and sealed never gets opened. I will also add, Chairman, that in other jurisdictions, and these are typically jurisdictions that for geographical reasons takes several hours to physically transport everything. And they're looking to be transparent by offering unofficial results. But what I will say is that even in those limited jurisdictions, which is just a few percent, I think now it's rapidly declining. And my view is it's going down to zero. But the physical device does not connect through the internet. It's through a private cellular network. And those results that are transmitted are only unofficial. They are never part of the official results record.
This question is about something that happened in another jurisdiction and what caused it. He's not here to talk about that, and I'm not going to ask that question. So. Is there any? Does your system work in a way that a counter could erase a scanned ballot?
I don't understand. Erase the ballot that is in the box, or erase an image that is on one of the memory cards?
On the counter, on the scanner, ballot scanner, the counter is kind of like the mileage of how much ballots goes through it. Is there any scenario where that number is adjusted?
I'm sorry, Chairman, I couldn't hear the question.
In your, that is not the question that you asked on this piece of paper. This is not an open forum for people to ask. If you want to ask a question, I will ask the question and we'll determine whether or not it's appropriate. We asked for him to address certain things, and I think it's unfair for the audience to expand this to ask questions that are not related to the way these machines work. And I think he's been generous and fair in addressing the questions, and I've been fairly liberal in asking him things that I thought you wanted to know, but it's not an adversary. Pardon me?
Well, I would disagree with that. What's the purpose of air gap connectivity? And is
Air
there
gap, air gap
Any-
means no connectivity.
Tell me what air gap, tell me what air gap is then.
Air gap means if Chairman, if you're holding a device that is said to be air gapped, I can see that device from the other side of the room. I know it's not connected to any other device because I can see that there's no wires. I can actually see that with my own eyes, and there's no connectivity through any means of electromagnetic communication, such as Wi-Fi, such as Bluetooth, such as some of these technologies that you asked me earlier.
This is a question about his response to a report that is in litigation in the curling case, some of which has not been disclosed by the court, so I'm not going to ask that question. And he was not here to respond to Mr. Haldeman's report. Any other questions from the board?
If I may. While I do not want you to discuss anything that's particularly regarding the curling report and rather the curling litigation, nor, and I want to make sure you understand where I'm going here, nor do I want you to reveal anything that is presently under seal. Please make sure that you understand that. However, I do think it's important for the board and for the general public to know that there was a analysis done by an independent cybersecurity company called MITRE that was submitted to the court in response to the Haldeman report. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. And you're aware that presently that MITRE report is under seal, but there have been requests that it be unsealed so that the general public can see the analysis that took place by the MITRE folks in response to the Haldeman allegations, correct?
I believe that report is under seal, correct. I think that was your question.
Yeah, it is under seal. And Dominion has asked for that to be made public, correct?
Well,
I just, I mean, it is, well, let me put it this way. It is, from review of the records, it appears that Dominion has requested that report and be made public. And also that the state election board has made that request to be made public. I just want to know whether you're aware of that fact.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Yep. I'll discuss that further later, Mr. Chairman. Oh, one other question, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Are you aware of the organization, the United States Election Assistance Commission?
Yes, I am.
You are. And has your Dominion system been tested and reviewed by that commission that is being used?
Yes, it has.
And has it been approved by this commission?
Yes, it has.
Could you just briefly tell the public and the board generally what the U.S. Election Assistance Commission is?
It is a bipartisan commission that was created in the years following the 2000 general election. And it sought to create a list of definitive standards by which any voting system should adhere to. And the current certification guidelines, I believe, are thousands of pages long that dictate exactly how a system should work, the types of security mechanisms that must be part of that system. And any company that wishes to market an election system in the United States submits their system for that testing. That testing is done independently by any entity that has applied and attained its own certification and accreditation by that same agency. And so really what that process does is it demonstrates that a testing lab is independent. The testing lab understands election protocols and is able to independently test and verify compliance to the EAC, the Election Assistant Commission's standards. So typically that process can take, it's not uncommon for it to take years, and it is very thorough. It involves any manufacturer, such as Dominion, to submit its entirety of its source code for a line-by-line code review, the entirety of its hardware platform for review, list of manufacturing partners on the supply chain for any and all hardware parts. And ultimately, at the end, if certified, that certified version, which is made up of the entirety of all of the hardware pieces that have been submitted and reviewed by that agency and its independent test labs, and the source code is deemed the certified version. So at any point in the future, if a further change is required in any way, be it hardware or even one line of source code, the entire package goes back to the Election Systems Commission for another review and, if deemed appropriate and compliant, follow-on certification.
And once again, has the Dominion system utilized here in Georgia been certified and approved by the commission?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
There are two questions. Nothing says any. These questions both have to do with what the Dominion text do. In your system, Mr. Poulos, what is it within the system that archives data? If there's more than one.
I'm sorry, Chairman. I'm having difficulty hearing that question. Can you repeat that? Maybe it's a mic problem again.
You're catching on. Your system, in what places is data archived?
Great question. So I'll start with the ballot box, which is obviously a critical piece of it. So the voter verified paper ballots is where the most important part of the election, and that is under a locked and sealed, physically locked and sealed ballot box. In addition to that, we now have images of every ballot and a scanned image as it went through the tabulator immediately following that independent voter verified review of their paper ballot. That is done in triplicate form. So on the tabulator, we have three discrete pieces of electronic memory that hold that information for every ballot cast in that ballot box on election day. At the close of that election, so if you bear with me, I'm working from immediate close of election back to reporting official results. On that tabulator, as I said, we have three discrete pieces of memory. One that is so that they are separately locked and sealed and full view of the public. And as far as how they are stored digitally on that electronic media, they are both digitally signed and digitally encrypted per Election Assistance Commission's standards, the so-called VVSG standards. At the close of election, we print multiple copies of the results tape. So now we, at this immediate point, maybe a minute following polls close, probably less, we have the physical ballots in the ballot box. We have 3 discrete copies, all digitally signed and encrypted, that have each set of results. So an independent copy of each of the ballots. And now we have multiple print tapes that show the accumulated results of what's in the ballot box. So if there's 100 ballots, it'll say there's 100 ballots cast in the ballot box that can be independently verified. And then the results by candidate, by contest, for the entirety of the election that sitting in that ballot box. It's typical that you might have 4 or 5 copies of that. So one publicly posted, one given to parties, perhaps another if there's a bipartisan poll watcher that happens to request a copy, and then a copy goes back with the ballot box, with the tabulator, and with the ballot box that has the locked and sealed ballots. When that, however, some jurisdictions do it differently, but ultimately one of the memory cards that sits in that tabulator is removed. So in an open and transparent process in front of poll watchers, the seal is physically cut and unlocked, and that memory card is removed and then read into a central computer. And while it forms the basis of results becoming official through a very exhaustive process called Canvas, it is just one part of it. So if anyone even has the allegation that from the time that memory card is removed from the digital scanner and put into the computer, or if there's an allegation that the computer somehow has been corrupted, the chain of custody has been breached, you always can. So not only do you have that version that sits there, and if there's even the allegation is a case worthy to discuss here, because we still have the other memory card that is still locked and is still sealed and remains in the secure chain of custody of that jurisdiction, and up to at least a minimum of at least 24 months, and sometimes more if there's any kind of dispute. And above and beyond that, we have the physical print tapes that as a matter of protocol in the Canvas process they are compared. And ultimately the last, and again, the most important part are the actual paper ballots that have been voter verified and locked and sealed in the secure chain of custody of that election official. So by my count, you have at least 1 being the paper ballots. You have 2 and 3 are the removable memory cards. The 4th one would be the other memory card that is yet another, provides another copy in the tabulator. And 5 would be the print tape, which is actually 5 A, B, C, D, E, because you have multiple copies that have been printed immediately following poll close and then distributed to candidates, to poll watchers, and publicly posted.
All right, thank you. Excuse me, are you a lawyer?
No.
Okay. Are you a litigant in a case?
No. So I appreciate you guys about the archive. I'm just trying to determine, because it didn't quite get to the heart of the matter, records that are missing because they weren't saved from the contact point. We were told by the there.
Well, that's because that's specific to you. This presentation is not for specific questions about specific election offices. It's generally his description of the process. And I think that he's, well, but it could be and is, or is, if you want to, you can send me in this dedicated email, send your question, and I'll send it to them to see if he and, I mean, because they're involved in a lot of litigation too. I'll see if they'd be willing to answer it. I think that's the best way to handle that. Okay. All right. Well, I know there are a lot of interesting things that you're interested in, but the purpose of this meeting is informational. It's not about what's happened in specific election offices or specific counties or specific precincts. But the purpose of this is to give you, and I think he's actually been generous in going beyond what the explanation is of his system, and every question I've gotten that relates to his system I've asked. But this, yeah, in one particular precinct, correct? But does he have poll? He doesn't, his system doesn't include poll pads, correct? Does the Dominion system, is a poll pad part of that system? I thank you. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 1:45.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity.
Mr. Bullis, appreciate you being here and thank you for your answers.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, would everybody please take their seats? Sorry, would everybody please take their seat? Seats are those pieces of furniture that are in front of the desks. But the next is to give you a brief update on the Coffee County investigation. This is a little hard to do because there are really two issues. So it might sound as if things are not being presented in chronological order. They're not exactly in chronological order but I will tell you when something that comes up that's not in chronological order, why it's not in chronological order, because what happened and when it was discovered are on two different tracks. So I'll do my best on doing that. As you inevitably know, there is an ongoing criminal investigation. And while I know who the investigators are at the GBI and in the Secretary of State's office, investigators who are assigned to us to investigate and have great confidence in them. It is still a criminal investigation. When I was the United States Attorney, it was our policy that whenever anybody asked about where we were in the investigative process, you don't disclose that for one principal reason, is that investigations have to be conducted according to the investigative approach that the people that are actually responsible for the investigation want to take. And there are lots of reasons why they follow the path that they follow in an investigation. And if we were to give you an update as far as who's being interviewed, when they're being interviewed, whether the topics, they would lose the design of their investigative strategy, which is to find out what happened and who was responsible for it. So almost everything that I'm going to tell you, although hopefully it'll be in somewhat more of a coherent fashion than the reporting that there has been on it. But when things were at one time were not known, the fact that they are now known and have been publicly disclosed, and there's been very little objection by anybody or correction as to what happened, I think you'll find what I hope is a more coherent presentation to give you an idea of what happened when people knew about it and who was involved in a broad sense. To the extent that there might be information that I've learned and I can't, somebody might say, well, who is that? And if I can't determine that, I'm not going to say because I'm not going to express to you anything where I am not confident that the information is known and verifiable. I will say that what has been reported by the national and local press aligns with what I learned outside the criminal investigation, and I think the conduct is fairly clear, and that you'll see where Coffee County fits in a broader picture. The conduct in Coffee County is similar to conduct in Atrium County, Michigan, and Clark County, Nevada. It's not entirely clear. There's been a fair amount of reporting on who was responsible for the orchestration of the conduct, but I think it is unclear as to who had specific responsibilities within an organization. And for our purposes, what happened is what's relevant and not who was behind it, because what I want you to know is what happened in Coffee County. So the focus of this review is going to be not on Michigan or on Nevada. It will be on Coffee County, Georgia. So the facts show that in March of 2021, a phone call that was disclosed in federal court litigation was that a person by the name of Scott Hall stated that he had arranged for a plane to travel to Coffee County to image hard drive information from voting equipment in Coffee County. In the call, Mr. Hall claimed that he'd received permission from officials in Coffee County to do so, and that Coffee County officials allowed people to enter the office to obtain hard information on hard drives. The Secretary of State's office became aware of Mr. Hall's telephone remarks in February 2022. So although that was available, it was not known to the Secretary of State's office until February of 2022. And the Secretary of State's office reached a conclusion a couple of months later that based upon Mr. Hall's telephone conversation, which had a lot of other information that he was passing along in this call, only a part of which dealt with this trip to Coffee County. And based upon what was known at that time, the Secretary of State's office concluded in April of 2022 that there had not been a breach of any equipment. Okay, so I just talked about what somebody learned in February 2022. Now let me go back to 2021. In June of 2021, which of course was after the 2020 election, when a new Coffee County elections director became responsible for the Coffee County elections office, because the prior director, whose name is Misty Hampton, was no longer working there, and the circumstances of that are unclear to me about why that happened. There's been some reporting on it, but I don't have any independent information about that. But anyway, when this new elections director came in, they were unable to access a computer server because a password had been changed. They tried to, with the help of one Dominion employee, they tried to bypass the new password to get access to that server, but couldn't. So a decision was made that the Secretary of State's office would take possession of the server, bring it back to Atlanta, maintain it in Atlanta, and to replace the server that was taken to Atlanta with a new server. Again, that's in June 2021. In August of 2022, so now we're back into the current year, information became publicly available showing that on January 7th of 2021, an Atlanta firm that does forensic work and consulting by the name of Sullivan Strickler entered into a retainer agreement to perform work to image information on various types of devices in Coffee County's election office. Further, in recent months, there's been video footage that shows that Coffee County permitted people to enter the elections office. And those same videos and some still pictures show that Sullivan Strickler employees were in the Coffee County elections office with local officials. The images showed Sullivan Strickler employees working in front of computers in the office. Don't know exactly what they were doing, but that's something that you can see in these images. And there were visual depictions of hard and thumb drives tagged and lying on a table. Looked like that they had been laid there in an orderly way. On July 28th, so now we're before August 2022. So I'm going back in time a bit. This was a disclosure when people found out about what happened in Coffee County. But on July 28th, before any evidence of the activities that I just described was known to state officials, I was advised that evidence showed that the server retrieved from Coffee County in 2021 and maintained by the Secretary of State's office had been forensically examined, and there was evidence that data on it was downloaded to an external hard drive. I required this information to be reported to the federal judge presiding over the federal litigation I mentioned, and to be given detail about what was known about the attachment of a hard drive to the computer in Coffee County. The board and the Secretary of State requested that a criminal investigation be opened immediately, and that occurred. The investigation is currently being conducted for the board by the Investigations Division of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, with help from investigators in the Secretary of State's office assigned to the board. Because the conduct in Coffee County paralleled conduct in other states, we requested the Federal Bureau of Investigation's office in the Southern District of Georgia to participate in the investigation. Because the request involves an election, it has to be processed through channels and probably ultimately decided at Main Justice in Washington, D.C. I've called to get an update on that and have not received it yet. Which I'll just say from experience, that doesn't mean that the FBI isn't doing something maybe in other states. So they could be involved, but I don't know. I don't know what they're doing, if anything, with respect to Coffee County. There is more recent, so now move forward from July, there is more recent information that has been disclosed that shows that a different forensic firm visited the Coffee County offices on January 26th of 2021 and were allowed into the offices by local election officials. What happened inside the office, or what the firm did inside the offices in Coffee County, is uncertain. And one final thing, which doesn't directly relate to Coffee County, but I wanted you to know about it, that on September 20th of 2022, I received documents from an individual who had obtained them through a Georgia Open Records request. And they involve Spalding County. These documents show communications between Sullivan Strickler and the Spalding County Board of Elections in August of 2021. And there is an unexecuted engagement agreement for forensic collection and preservation of Spalding County elections management systems, and another Spalding County iPhone forensic collections and preservation engagement letter. The purpose of the imaging is not clear, but it could well have related to Spalding County's desire to have available information at the time that this collection was made, because there might have been either issued or could be issued an order from a court requiring that information be preserved. And it could be that they wanted to have an image because they thought they had a legal obligation to do that. But we're investigating these communications and the relationship to understand why Sullivan Strickler, which a name which is now familiar to us, was the firm that was talking to them about that to see and assure us or to disclose to us how it related, if at all, to what happened in Coffee County, or to assure that it was totally different and for a different purpose. As I said, the criminal investigation, while I don't know the details of it, I can tell you it is active and it's ongoing. I can't tell you when it'll be done, but the purpose is to ultimately determine whether or not there has been conduct that warrants further review and, if necessary, prosecution. Now, you can ask questions, but I've told you everything I know. So I want to now go to the risk limiting audits. I'm going to ask Blake Evans, who's the Secretary of State's elections director for the state, to explain, this is for information, to explain what a risk limiting audit is, what place they play in elections in Georgia. And while you can submit to me questions, I'm going to tell you that it has to pertain only to risk limiting audits and how they work. Thank you for coming. This is Blake Evans. Which one is it?
Testing. There we go. So I think what I would like to do to start off the discussion on risk limiting audits is to take kind of a little bit of a broad approach on what audits are in elections and talk a little bit about how risk limiting audits came to be part of our practice in Georgia, and then transition from that to the risk limiting audit that we have coming up after November and talk about how that will be conducted. So why perform post-election audits, period, at all? And a big reason why we perform them is because we as election officials, we want to catch errors. We want to make sure that the outcome that was certified was correct. To make sure that the person that was indicated as having won the election by the machine count was the correct person. And so typically when we talk about a post-election audit, whether it be a risk limiting audit or otherwise, you're looking at a paper verifiable or a human readable text on a ballot, and you're coming up with a hand tally that you can then compare to the machine count. And that's auditing the machines. You can't really audit the machines with those same machines. That wouldn't be an audit, but you do it separately. You do it with humans. You do it with eyes looking at ballots and the text on a ballot. And then the other reason why we do it, obviously we want to catch errors. We want to confirm the count. But we want to increase public confidence in the election. And to me, doing this, of course, we started it in 2020, but the public confidence side of it, it's a little bit kind of like exercising. It's doing it consistently over a long period of time that builds that habit, and that creates kind of that culture of auditing in Georgia elections, and I think that's important. But the objective is to verify that the machine count resulted in the correct winner. And this is done by reading the human readable text that is on a ballot and coming up with a tally using that text. So post-election audits in the United States typically consist of sampling some number of ballots after the election to audit the machine count. There are typically two categories when we're talking about ballot audits that are used in the United States. One is what most people call a traditional audit, which is the method that's been used by many jurisdictions for quite some time. And typically that will come with some kind of a random selection of a fixed percentage of ballots or precincts. For example, I've been in a jurisdiction before in another state where we would select about 2%. We'd pull a couple of precincts out of a hat, and those would be the precincts that we would audit. And that was a fixed percentage. It was about 2% of the total number of precincts. And then there's the risk limiting audit. So you have kind of the traditional, and then you have the risk limiting audit. So the risk limiting audit, and you may hear me refer to it using the acronym RLA throughout the presentation, because that's commonly what it's referred to as. But the RLA relies on statistics and mathematics to determine the number of ballots to be audited and whether the outcome of the audit supports the outcome of the machine count with a high degree of confidence. So one way to think about it is, if it's one of the things that impacts the number of ballots to be audited greatly, is the margin of victory in the contest. So if it's a wide margin, you're only sampling a relatively small number of ballots. If it's a small margin, you're sampling a very large number of ballots. So one of the good things about RLAs is they do adapt to the margin that you're trying to audit and the count that you're trying to audit. And just to provide a little bit of background on my experience, when I first got into elections, working for a county office, it was in Pensacola, Florida. And I can remember after the first election that I was there for, would have been in 2016, we had paper ballots. And we did that fixed percentage audit that I mentioned, and we did that after every single election. When I came to Georgia in 2019, of course, our state was on the verge of getting a new voting system with paper ballots that would have human readable text that could then be audited. And so part of that process was, and I wasn't necessarily a part of it, but what Georgia was going through at that time in the legislature and in Secretary of State's office and in counties was preparing for that new system, preparing for those paper ballots. And the legislature passed a law to put in place audits to audit the machines. And that law is OCGA 21-2-498. And that code section clearly defined what risk limiting audits were and taught through some other things. And so what I'm going to do is there are a few portions of that law that I want to highlight. So 21-2-498, as soon as possible, but no later than the November 2020 general election, the local election superintendents shall conduct pre-certification tabulation audits for any federal or state general election in accordance with the requirements set forth by rule or regulation by the state election board. Audits under this code section shall be conducted by manual inspection of random samples of the paper official ballots. In conducting each audit, the local election superintendent shall complete the audit prior to the final certification of the contest, ensure that all types of ballots are included in the audit. This is important. So whether they were cast in person, by absentee ballot, advanced voting, provisional ballot, or otherwise. Then provide a report of the unofficial final tabulated vote. Provide a report of the unofficial final tabulated vote results for the contest to the public prior to the conduct of the audit. Complete the audit in public view. That's extremely important. Audits are a very, very important part of the election system. I'll talk about in a few minutes what we did in 2020, what we're doing upcoming to make sure that they can be viewed by the public. Provide details of the audit to the public within 48 hours of completion. And then it goes on to talk about in the law, the state election board can promulgate rules. The Secretary of State shall conduct a risk limiting audit pilot program with a risk limit not greater than 10%. And then the ending of the law states that if such risk limiting audit is successful in achieving the specified confidence level within 5 business days following the election for which it was conducted, and all audits performed pursuant to the code section shall be similarly conducted beginning not later than November 1st, 2024. So one of the things in the ending of the law was that we as a state were to be working towards risk limiting audits. So that law was put in place, and I can remember when I came to Georgia, I participated in a pilot risk limiting audit at the county level before coming to the Secretary of State's office. And then after I came to the Secretary of State's office, I participated in a pilot from the Secretary of State's side. And it became clear that one of the things that we could do is, instead of training election officials on traditional audits, and then down the road transitioning to risk limiting audits, which was what the law wanted us to be at by 2024, that we could start out with doing risk limiting audits. And so we decided that that's what we're going to train on. That's what we wanted to do. And the State Elections Board drafted a rule And that rule is 183-1-15-0.04. And I'm going to highlight a few sections of that. It starts with, following the November general elections in even-numbered years, each county shall participate in a statewide risk limiting audit with a risk limit of not greater than 10%. And I'm going to pause there. So just I want to define and clarify what a risk limit is. And so when you're talking about auditing and you're talking about risk limits, you have to designate for the algorithms that are going to tell you how many ballots you have to sample, a risk limit, and because that will help determine how many ballots that you have to pull. And so the risk limit, if it's 10%, that means essentially, would you be satisfied with a 90% confidence level at the end of your audit? If the answer is yes, then you can set a 10% risk limit. You're going to be auditing fewer ballots. If you would be satisfied with a 95% confidence level, then you can set it at 5% risk limit. You're going to audit a few more ballots, but you're going to have a higher degree of confidence in the outcomes of the audit. And generally what will happen is that is to kickstart the process. And then at the end of the audit, you'll have a report and it'll tell you what your actual risk limit was in the audit. For example, if I remember one of the audits that we conducted after the presidential preference primary in Fulton County, I remember that one specifically. I think it was a 10% risk limit or a 5% risk limit. And the actual risk limit after we audited the ballots was under 1%. And we had that in the report afterwards. So going back to the state election board rule, prior to county certification, the election superintendent of each county shall prepare a ballot manifest. So a ballot manifest is a document that lists all the ballot containers following the election and the number of ballots that are in each container. Another word for container could be a batch. So a batch of ballots. Going back to the rule, the contest to audit shall be selected by the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State shall set a date, time, and location after the November general election in even-numbered years to select which contest to audit. Such meetings shall be open to the public. After selecting the contest to audit, the Secretary of State shall publicly announce which contest will be audited and publish the selected contest on the Secretary of State webpage. In selecting the contest to audit, the Secretary of State shall consider the below criteria: the closeness of the reported tabulation outcomes, the geographical scope of the contest, because we wanted it to be a statewide audit, so it needed to be a contest that went across all counties, the number of ballots counted in the contest, any cause for concern regarding the accuracy of the reported tabulation outcome of the contest, any other benefits that may result from auditing certain contests, or the ability of the county to complete the audit before the state certification deadline. And then another key part that was reiterated in the state election board rule was that the audit shall be open to the public, and public notice of the date, time, and location of the audit must be posted on the county election office's website, or if the county elections office does not have a website, in another prominent location. So that was the first half of the rule. The next half of the rule got into the actual conduct of the audit. So the audit shall be open to the view of the public and the press, but no person except the persons designated by the election superintendent or the superintendent's authorized deputy shall touch the ballot or ballot container. Each election superintendent shall create audit teams comprised of at least 2 sworn designees, so they had to take an oath and have to take an oath to assist with the audit. Chain of custody for each ballot shall be maintained at all times during the audit, including but not limited to a log of the seal numbers on the ballot containers before and after completing the manual audit. For ballots marked by electronic ballot markers, the auditors shall rely on the printed text on the ballot to determine the voter's selection. For ballots marked by hand, the auditor shall rely on the choices indicated by the voter filling in the oval adjacent to the candidate or question. So there are other parts of the rule, but those are the parts that I wanted to highlight. And so with the law and the state election board rule being set, and with those in mind, and knowing that we wanted to move forward in 2020 with a risk limiting audit, we had to select a system or a vendor that could do a couple of things for us. One, we needed, from the statistical or the mathematics side, we needed a system that can consume ballot manifest from 159 different entities. And so for example, Bartow County might have a ballot manifest with 200 batches of ballots in it. The system had to consume his ballot manifest along with that of every other county and create one long list. The total number of batches in the 2020 election was somewhere right around just over 40,000 batches in the state. And so the system had to do that. And then the system had to be able to run the algorithms to determine, okay, how many ballots based on the contest that's selected need to be audited so that we have a statistically significant sample. And so that when we do the hand tally, the outcome will achieve the confidence level that we want. And going back to 2020, obviously the margin was very, very close. So with what I said earlier, the narrower the margin, the more ballots there were to be sampled. So the number of ballots to be sampled was so large, well over 2 million ballots, that it became much more simpler and faster to hand count all ballots statewide than to try to randomly sample 2.5 million or however many ballots it was, but right around that number. So what that does, when you're not sampling anymore, your risk limit goes to 0 because you're literally counting all ballots. So you have no risk limit set at that point. Typically audits are samples. This was not. The risk limit was set at 0. But going back to the system that we used, that system that we chose was through a company called Voting Works, and the system that was used was called Arlo. And Voting Works, some of the funding came from DHS and CISA in order to create the Arlo tool, which they used in our jurisdiction as part of a pilot program that they were doing in cooperation with CISA and in a few other jurisdictions as well. So we trained counties. Counties went through, and there were 41,881 ballots that they hand tallied over the span of about 6 days. And they hand tallied those. The error rate in a hand count can typically be a little over 1% or around 2%. The error rate, when compared to the original machine count that we had in 2020, was 0.73%. So we were well under that. We confirmed the outcome of the election through that. And so if we fast forward to today, so to be clear, that was, according to the law, the one and only time that counties, since the law was put into place, were required to conduct a risk limiting audit. The next election where they would be required to conduct a risk limiting audit is this upcoming November 2022 election. There are some counties that have conducted risk limiting audits since then. One of them is in the room, Joseph Kirk in the back. He conducts an audit after every single election that he has. And that's atypical, but I think it's an excellent practice, and he's been able to earn a lot of public confidence that way. So fast forward to today, and thinking about the lessons that we learned from 2020 and what we plan to do in 2022. So we're still using Voting Works, we're still using Arlo, and we will be conducting a batch comparison risk limiting audit. Here's what that means. After the election, the Secretary of State will follow the State Election Board rule to select whatever contest it is that will be selected to audit. Counties will upload their ballot manifests, so their list of their batch containers, their list of ballots into Arlo, and we'll select a risk limit because that's one of the things that we have to do. Typically, other jurisdictions, I'll use Colorado, for example, because they've been using this style of audit for a while. They set their risk limit at around 4 to 5%. We'll set it at probably at least that, around 5%. We may decide to go higher, but that's something we can discuss. And then what counties will get is, instead of getting back a list of specific ballots that they have to go pull, like we were training for in 2020, we're using a different style of risk limiting audit. What they will get is a list of batches that they have to go pull. And they will be hand tallying complete batches. Here's the good thing about that is, let's say that Appling County gets told, go pull the batch from precinct 1 in Appling County and do a hand tally for that. Appling County will go, they'll pull election day batch 1. They'll hand tally those ballots. They'll have the results at the end. They can put the results of their hand tally into Arlo. And then at the end of the audit, once all the counties have counted their batches, we'll publish all that information to our website. We did that in 2020, but it will be a report of the results of every batch in the hand audit. And so anybody that wants to can go and they can look, they can find the batch from Appling County, election day precinct 1. This is what the hand tally was. They can look at scanner tapes, look at something that was produced by the machines themselves, and they can compare the results by candidate. And so they can do that for any batch that's audited in the batch comparison risk limiting audit that we're doing. And so every county will be auditing. I'll go ahead and tell you that before I go into more detail, we all know that the election is on November the 8th, Tuesday, November the 8th. Counties have to certify by November the 15th. The start of the audit is going to be Thursday, November the 17th. And then all counties have to be finished by Tuesday, November the 22nd. So including the start and end dates, that's 6 days that they have to complete the audit. Following that, we have all the results. We again, just like we did in 2020, because we want to be as transparent as possible, we're going to put all that information, all the batch sheets, all the tally sheets, all the reports produced on the website so that anybody can go and look at it. All ballot types will be audited. Every county will be auditing during that time span. So every county will have batches to audit. The audit will be open to the public. There will be audit monitors. One of the things that I will highlight specifically, and we'll probably be doing something very similar this time around, but if we go back to how we trained counties in 2020 and how we're training again, one of the official election bulletins that was put out by the director of elections for our office at that time in 2020 spoke specifically to public access and political party monitors. And I'm going to read just an excerpt of that. The audit shall be open to the public and the press. but no persons except the persons designated by the superintendent shall touch any ballot or container. The superintendent shall designate a viewing area from which members of the public and press may observe the audit for the purpose of good order and maintaining the integrity of the audit. The superintendent may also choose to make the audit proceeding available via live stream or webcast. And then if I fast forward to another official election bulletin that was put out just a couple of days after that one, we put out an addendum that clarified that as an addendum to the rules on political parties, monitors, and because transparency should be a guiding principle throughout this process, if the election superintendent can safely allow, because this was in the time of COVID, if election superintendents can safely allow more than the minimum number of designated political party monitors consistent with maintaining an orderly process, space limitations and social distancing, public health guidelines, then you should. Please allow as much transparency as you can while maintaining a secure, orderly process and abiding your public health regulations. So that's going to be the message again. As much transparency during the audit process as we can possibly get. It's going to be a little bit easier this year because of things related to the pandemic, but that's going to be our message again and has been our message so far. So in order to start the audit as randomly as possible, because we don't want anybody to think that any of this was planned out or that we knew what batches were coming. As I mentioned, counties upload their ballot manifest into Arlo, and then the algorithm that runs has to have has a random number generator that is used to select the batches randomly. But it's a little bit of a fun thing. In order for that to happen, the random number generator needs a 20-digit number put into that. And so as part of the kickoff process, there will be 20, I think it's 10-sided dice or die that will be rolled. So if Mark Nisi's in the room, I know you asked about that last week, I think. If we have public at that process, we'll probably invite a few people up. They can take a dice, they can roll it. And the first number is 3. The first number of the 20-digit number will be 3. Then we'll go on until we have a 20-digit number. We'll put that into the system. Arlo will kick off, and that's when counties will be given their list of batches to go and audit. Then counties take their individual list, notating which ballots they must pull to be audited. Each county will have the number of audit teams they think they need to complete the audit. So we're giving counties 6 days. We're telling them prepare for a slim margin. And in the event that you have to count a lot of ballots, make sure that you can complete in that time span. And once counties receive the list to be audited, they'll begin on November the 17th. So when the audit begins, so let's say it's the start of the audit, everybody starting on November 17th. Any county that you go into, you should see that their ballots are securely stored. They have their batch sheet. So what they'll do is they'll bring their ballots out of storage with the proper chain of custody paperwork. They'll take their ballots in their batch to a check-in table. Keep in mind, every county will do this a little bit differently depending on the size of the county, but essentially they'll take it to a check-in table. A team at the check-in table will check the seal on the batch, and then that batch will be, the seal will be broken, the batch taken to an audit board team that is sworn an oath, and then that audit board team will hand tally the batch, and they'll have the results. And then the results will ultimately be put into Arlo. Once the batch has finished being audited, it will go to a checkout team. That checkout team will make sure that the ballots are stored in the batch. They'll seal it back. They'll record the seal number, and then the batch will be returned to secure storage. If there are questionable marks or anything like that, a ballot that needs to be looked at, counties will have vote review panels, which are comprised just the same way vote review panels are comprised for any election. So of a party nominees and then the election superintendent. So at the end, counties will enter their batch totals into Arlo. We will get the reports on the results of batches with the batch names. One of the things I want to note this time is that the batch names, because I know a lot of folks like to go and they like to look at the batches and they want to try to compare those to the machine tallies. So we heard that feedback from 2020. The batch names that are produced by Arlo should be very close to the same or the exact same as what comes out of the Dominion system. Again, that makes it possible for anybody that wants to go and compare what a Dominion machine got for the count to what humans got to the count. They can do that. So that makes that possible. So again, after, it'll be the Tuesday before Thanksgiving that the audit will conclude. And then we will release the reports following that, make them publicly available. The 2020 documents are still on our website, the Secretary of State's Elections Division. You can go to click on the election results, scroll down to the bottom, and you'll see a link to Risk Limiting Audit 2020. You can click there and you can see all the documents. We'll also start the process. We'll immediately make the reports available for people to go look at. And we'll also start the process of collecting the batch sheets that counties used because each individual batch has its own tally that goes on its own batch sheet. We'll work on collecting those and then posting those again. So again, what we're striving for goes back to we want to catch any errors if there are any. We want to confirm the outcome of the contest. We want to build public confidence. That's what we want to do. And I think doing that consistently over a period of time is the way to do that. We're doing the audit in November. I know that I've heard from multiple county election officials that there is a lot of interest, even though the law doesn't require it, to do an audit following the runoff. As I mentioned, Joseph in the back in Bartow County does an audit after every election, but audits are an extremely useful tool, building public confidence, auditing the machine, being able to say that you looked at the human readable text and you confirmed the outcome based on that. It's important. So with that, I'll take any questions that you have.
I'm a little still unclear about what a batch is.
Yeah, good question. So a batch. So the question was essentially, what is a batch? And so there are different types of voting methods. So you have election day, you have absentee, and then you have advanced voting. For election day, typically what a batch will refer to is however many ballots that were counted by a scanner. And so if on election day you had one scanner at your polling place, 500 people came in and voted, cast their ballot through the scanner, the ballots dropped into a ballot box, then that batch for that election day precinct will be 500. If your election day precinct had 2 scanners, then your election day precinct would have 2 batches, because each scanner is going to print out its own individual results tape. And you want to be able to compare the results from the batch to the tape. For advanced voting, similar concept. If you have over the course of 3 weeks a scanner that takes 5,000 ballots, then that batch for that advanced voting location is going to have 5,000 ballots in it. For absentee, let's say a county gets in 2,000 absentee batches. They could have, generally what counties will do is they'll cap their batches.
2,000, you mean 2,000 absentee ballots? You said
Yes,
batches.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
2,000 absentee batches would be getting back to 2020 territory, and I don't think we're going to quite hit that, but 2,000 absentee ballots. Generally, what a county will do is they'll cap each batch at about 50. And so they'll take 50 ballots, they'll run those through the scanner. That'll be absentee batch 1. They'll take the next 50, run those through a scanner, absentee batch 2, and so on until they complete the process. And then similar process with provisionals, so that if there are 25 provisionals after the election that are to be counted, oftentimes those will be in their own batch. Counties will run those through, and that'll be provisional batch 1.
So the question is, are the actual ballots, which I assume are the paper ballots? Is that what you're talking about? Is this your question? So when you say actual ballots, you mean the paper ballots that are scanned in?
Ballots that go into the ballot.
Right. Are they used for, are those the ballots used for the audit?
Yes. Yes, those are the ballots that the audit teams are doing the hand tally based off of. So the audit will be, that's a good question. So the question was, do people tally or the batches or the ballots ran through the scanner? The audit will be conducted completely separate from the machines. And so it will be, generally what folks will do is what we call a sort and stack method. And so if it's candidate A, candidate B, and they have a batch of 50, the first thing they'll do when they get that batch of 50 is they'll sort into candidate A, candidate A, candidate A, candidate B. And then once they've sorted the ballots that way, they'll count the pages, they'll count the ballots, and that's how they come up with their tally.
Well, this questioner, Mr. Balbona, wants us to know whether or not there's a specific article authored by a fellow by the name of Philip Stark. I'm going to say this, I have read so much, I don't know who wrote what. So I couldn't answer that question. I may have, I may not have.
Personal letter. He's a creative person. He wrote a letter to Brad Atkins for his thoughts about us using RLAs with the main communities. And I just want everyone out there voting for it. He said one more. He says it's election year.
Are you, well, I'm going to say the same thing. I get so much paper and there have been a number of letters. I mean, I don't remember that, but I'm not saying, I'm not going to say, and I'm not going to make everybody else do this memory test about what they have and have not read.
He came up.
Well, I understand that. Okay. Question is whether or not, and who wrote this? This tiny little one? And your name, please?
Jean Dufort.
Has a decision been made as to how many statewide contests are going to be audited?
So the plan right now, as the law requires, is to audit one contest statewide following November. And then as I mentioned, I have heard feedback from county election officials that there's interest in auditing a contest following the runoff. And I'll say again, I think the best way to be able to build public confidence by using audits is to do it consistently over a period of time. And so I think it's a very good idea in the future for us to look at ways at how to audit after every contest, similar to how Joseph does, similar to what other county election officials are starting to do, because there's there's a lot of county election officials that see the significance and the importance of audits. But to go back to the original question, looking at one contest following November.
And where does how do you determine what the confidence rate that you're seeking is going to be? And then how do you determine whether it's met or not?
Yeah, that's a good question. So that goes back to the risk limit that we were talking about. So the law says that it needs to be a minimum or that it cannot be any higher than 10%. And then once you complete the audit, based on the results of the hand tally, the report will tell you what your actual risk limit was. So initially, the number that you're selecting is to help kick off the process, to help determine how many ballots you want to start auditing, but it's not necessarily based on what the hand tally is, what your risk limit will end up being. But again, if we look at other jurisdictions and what they typically do with risk limiting audits, ranges from 4 or 5 to 10%. So we might do something in lines with that. But what we want to do is we want to make sure that every county that we're auditing enough ballots so that every county is participating in the audit. We want to make sure that, as the state election board rule and the law says, that we're auditing every type of ballot, so BMD ballots, absentee hand-marked ballots. And so then at the end, once we do that, then like I said, we'll get that report that says what the actual risk limit was.
And when you quoted this 10% figure, and you referred to a law, what law is that? Where is that law from?
So at the end of OCGA 21-498, says the Secretary of State shall conduct a risk limiting, and this is talking about the pilot programs, but conduct a risk limiting audit pilot program with the risk of not greater than 10%. And so that's typically what we used for the audit. And then if you go to the state election board rule 183-1-15-.04, following November general elections and even numbered years, each county shall participate in a statewide risk limiting audit with a risk limit of not greater than 10% as set forth in this rule prior to the certification by the Secretary of State.
How do you determine who's going to be on an audit team?
So how do you determine who's going to be on an audit team? So counties usually use that state election board rule that I've referenced to be their guide for who they can ask. And I'll read from that rule. The election superintendent shall create audit teams comprised of at least 2 sworn designees to assist with the audit. The superintendent may designate non-employees to assist with the audit process. All persons who the superintendent designates to assist with the audit shall take and sign an oath that they will conduct the audit accurately and securely prior to assisting with the audit. So I know one of the things that counties do just in practice is they'll reach out to their poll workers first and give them the opportunity.
There's a repeat question about Philip Stark, but it's he's here to explain how the audit process works. Excuse me, it's not,
Or if there is public access, can it be stated that the public can be released so that they can actually see what is going on? County won't let you within 30 feet.
Yeah, so for sure, that's what's outlined in the rule is that, and then what was put in the official election bulletin was that everybody should have access to be able to see what's going on. Now, if it's I say that knowing that where we were at in 2020 and having to audit so many ballots, that if you have 75 audit teams and you're standing watching one audit team, you may not be able to see what the audit team way over on the other side of the room is doing. But if you find yourself in a position where you do not have access to be able to see audit teams, to be able to see the audit, that is something our office would want to know.
what have you done to ensure that these audits will in fact work on the Dominion system?
So the question was, what have we done to make sure they'll work with the Dominion system? So work with Voting Works. The ballots have human readable text. And so the audit itself is conducted separate from any machine or equipment company, period. So as long as there is that human readable text, that you can have an audit team look at the ballot, see what the choices are, and tally a hand count that way, the audit will work with any kind of system.
So the audit really is taking the produced paper ballot, which is reviewed by the elector, puts it into the scanner, and then you compare that paper ballot against the machine count.
Correct.
Quick question, sort of leading, or a question that was asked a moment ago. If there is a question that an authorized observer has the authority of county compliance with public access, how do they get a hold of the Secretary of State's office?
Yeah, so we do have our, I mean, one of the easiest ways to do it, just as far as what we would put in public communication, is to go through our website and our online form there. But we do have I'm going to call them out real quick. Nick, what is our? Yeah, so elections@sos.ga.gov would be a great way to reach us that way. But I mean, if you're having an issue with meaningful access at an audit location, the best thing to do is to talk to the superintendent, the election superintendent there, and to try to address it that way, because a lot of times they know about it, they'll resolve it.
But if they don't, how do they get a hold of Secretary of State?
Yeah, a great way to do that would be call us. You can call us, and then it's elections.sos.ga.gov. Be a great way to email us.
There's also a really convenient contact us form on our website, and it is staffed, and those submissions do get circulated amongst our team and sent over to either investigations, or our team will contact a county official based on an inquiry that was submitted that way. So there's a few ways to do it, like mentioned, calling us, but that form on our website immediately triggers an email to multiple members of the elections staff. So it's kind of the best way to reach multiple folks at once, if you will.
Thank you.
About this time with
sos.ga.gov.
Yeah, okay. What was the question?
question built, timely response, what you're talking about will take a month.
I wouldn't say that. We get stuff that comes to our office pretty quickly. And if it's If we're able to, we'll respond to it as fast as we can. And if it's something that needs an urgent response, like we're in the middle of an audit and there are people that can't get access, which is something that qualifies as needing an urgent response, we'll get somebody on it.
Yes. Let me answer this. So this question is about the photography rule, which Judge Boulay struck down. I don't think he struck it down. I think he struck it down. And well, first of all, I don't remember in the opinion how he described who. What? Well, what I'm saying is I think the details of what he struck down.
What he struck down was saying that you could never take a picture of any or video ballot that has been cast, but there's no identifying information on the ballot where there should be. So it makes no sense.
Well, you have to take that up with Judge Boulay.
My point is that the county was going to do it, and they, even when I handed Cap County the printout of ruling, they still.
Look, I don't want to argue about your desire to video, but has that happened since Judge Boulay's ruling, which was really pretty recently? What election was that? What I would do is I would talk to DeKalb County and ask why they did that in light of Judge Boulay's ruling.
I have, and I asked them if he decided whether CGA was using it. And I said, we're not just pulling it out of your butt. She said, yes, we're just pulling it out of our butt. I had it on tape.
Right. Did you file a complaint on that?
I did, and if Sarah Cox was here, maybe she could tell me the status. But apparently the system that SOS uses can't look up complaints for complaint.
Yeah.
That seems fair. Okay.
I'll talk to her and see where your complaint stands. Sarah, you wanted to ask a question?
Yes, I wanted to clarify that batch.
I'm more of the answering type.
Equal precinct, correct? So in the case of election day voting, a batch of ballots may or may not be the total for the precinct. If a precinct has more than one scanner, it could be just one scanner. But in the case of early voting and absentee voting, those could be from any and all precincts across the county. That's correct, right?
Correct. So to go back to the first part, if you have two scanners at an election day location, and one scanner took 600 ballots and the other scanner took 400 ballots, those are two separate batches. So if the 400 ballot batch gets selected to be audited, and then the results from that can be compared to the scanner tape for that one scanner, but it wouldn't be the entire polling locations. Same thing with absentees. There are reports. There are reports that break out results by batch. And so somebody could take a report like that from the Dominion system and compare the results that way, if they wanted to for the absentee batch.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that folks understand that it's not going to be a one-to-one comparison between what they find on the Secretary of State's website, which reports by precinct, versus reporting by batch. Those are different groups of ballots, and it's possible to make that comparison, but it can be confusing if you don't understand what we're looking at.
Correct.
If during a risk limitation audit, you find some discrepancy, what's the process for addressing a discrepancy?
It's a good question. So you have the initial sample of ballots. So Arlo has given each county a list of batches to go and look at and report the results from. When those results are put into Arlo, if they don't align with the results from the machine count, what Arlo would tell you is we're going to a second round of auditing. We're going to audit more batches. And you will continue that process if you continue to find errors and discrepancies until you have audited all ballots. And then if you get to that point where you've audited all ballots and you find that there was an issue with the election, then it is before state certification. So the counties who find the errors could recertify and ensure that the state could certify the correct results.
But I suppose is that what you're recommending for the discrepancies in in-house now from the time you recommend how we can see that?
What was I couldn't really hear.
My question is, in the primary, there are in-house that have discrepancies. And so I guess what you're recommending is that we pursue that further and count more.
You said there was a hand count that had discrepancies? Well, hand counts are generally less reliant than machine counts, so I wouldn't be surprised if they had discrepancies.
I'm going to let you take that up. That's not about generally about risk limitation audits. That's a complaint you have with respect to a specific election. So you have options to bring that to the attention of whomever you want to, but this is not the place. This is your question has nothing to do with risk limitation audits, so I'm not going to ask it. It's a complaint about past elections. It says here from previous elections in pushback. So I'm not going to ask that question, but if you also have options, if you want to be more precise about what your concern is, you can submit that to the dedicated email address, and I'll see that if it makes sense to have a response, I'll get it in the hands of the right person. Who asked this question?
I believe that's mine, sir.
In your name?
Nancy Stevens.
This is a question of how, well, I'll read it to you. It's, what is the use of the QR code in auditing if the written ballot is being used to verify the vote?
So really the QR code is not used for anything in an audit. You're using the human readable text.
So why do we even have it on the ballot?
So the machine reads the QR code and then you audit the machine count to confirm you got the right outcome.
Both of you and the previous presenter have always stated that you're going to go back to the written readable text when doing an audit.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, because they make machines that can read readable text, what is the purpose of the QR code?
So our scanners can read the ballots.
So the
Excuse me.
scanners are not reading the readable text, they're only reading the QR code.
The scanners read the QR codes.
Thank you, sir. And both of you.
Excuse me. This is not your chance to argue with the presenter. If you want to do something that's more elaborate or make your point, again, you can do it in writing and submit it to the website. Thank you. Can counties do other kinds of audits if they so desire?
Yes. Yeah, there have been counties that have gone like Bartow, but many others. I just say Joseph because he's in the room, who can conduct audits. The preference, especially if you're auditing if if you're auditing a state contest, like for counties that may have conducted audits in May, is to complete the audit before state certification. But I don't know, Ryan, if you want to say anything more to that. Yes, counties can go above and beyond the rule that is written.
And who wrote the little note with the butterfly on it? And your name is? Thank you. In case you haven't gotten the drift here, your name should be on your question. Okay, any other questions from the board?
Yes. So. Might have wanted. So thank you so very much for this presentation. And I think audits are the important piece of an election these days, to confirm that the outcome is correct and also to provide some confidence in the outcome. There are some assumptions and requirements for RLAs that we need to all be aware of. And one, of course, is correct tabulation by the machines. We also need to make sure that all the results are complete and in and frozen and unchanged throughout the audit process. So counties can't go back and rearrange their data. There needs to be an accurate and trustworthy paper trail with proper and documented chain of custody for every step of the way involving a ballot. All the ballots, like you said, thank you, are included in the audit. And very important is the ballot manifest. And we need to make sure that all counties have an accurate ballot manifest or the RLA will fail. So things to be aware of. I would encourage bipartisan participation and witnessing of the chain of custody of the ballots, even to the point of retrieval of the ballots from the secure storage brought to the audit table. I think there are plenty of willing bipartisan folks that would sign up to be a part of that team, not to touch the ballots, but to just witness the transfer. And I would encourage live stream video of the audit. In the science world, statistical significance is generally agreed upon to be a p-level 0.05%, a 0.05, which is a 5% max on as far as a risk limit. So I would expect an RLA to be that at least or better. And and also, what do you see in the future? If you had a perfect world as far as audits, what would you recommend for Georgia?
That's a big question. I was going to get that. I want to see audits after every election. And I think that's something we've discussed in our office. And I think we all like that idea. I think it's good for counties. I think one thing to keep in mind with this particular audit that we have coming up is for many counties, the law is written such that the audit is conducted after even year general elections. So for many counties, they have not conducted an audit since 2 years ago. And that audit was different because it was a full hand recount. So this is the first time that many of them will conduct kind of that sampling audit. So we're training on them. We're training on the audits. We're very confident, but it will be the first time they've conducted an audit like this. So I think we should keep that in mind, but I think also going forward, I think we need to look for ways to expand audits, a way to have audits after every election. Because it's good practice, it confirms the outcome, and it builds public confidence.
Okay, there's one last question. In an RLA audit, how are adjudicated ballots treated and handled?
So, question was, in a risk limiting audit, how are adjudicated ballots handled? So if it was a ballot that went through the adjudication process, so there was a team, so a vote review panel initially in the original count that had to look at a ballot, maybe it was, maybe there was an errant mark, or for some reason it had to look at the ballot and try to make a decision of voter intent. We see those on hand-marked paper ballots. There are also vote review panels that are part of the risk limiting audit process. And so if there is a ballot that needs to be quote unquote adjudicated during the risk limiting audit, it can also go to a vote review panel for a decision to be made on it.
There is one more question about why don't you transfer calls better in your office, but I'm going to let that person talk to you.
Working on it. I mean, we have a dedicated group of individuals, and I'm very proud to work with them. You know, I think there's not many of us. We've got 20 full-time staff in our elections division. You can look at North Carolina, they got over 60. You know, there's not many of us. We serve the counties, and there's a lot of dedicated county election officials too that do a darn good job. And I know, you know, one was mentioned earlier and on the agenda, but that is, I do want to say publicly that we've got a lot of very dedicated, very good county election officials, many of them that have dedicated their whole lives to public service. And they want public confidence. Elections are in their heart, and they serve the public as best they can. So I want to say that.
I know like in Fulton County in the 2020 election, Richard, whatever his last name was, said there were 106,000 adjudicated ballots.
He was wrong.
But do you get the ballot image that someone came and we voted for them, or do you get the original ballot and a whistle on it?
You're looking at the original ballot. You're looking at the original ballot to make your own determination as part of the audit.
All right, the last agenda item is a discussion amongst the members of the board based upon any observations or insights that you've had during the course of the presentations today. One thing I'd like to know is, was this exercise worthwhile? It took a fair amount of time to put it together, but one of the things that we're trying to do for the board, and since all of our meetings are open, I think ultimately it's also a benefit to the public. So I'd like that insight. I'd also like to know what your thinking is, or what insights you have as a result of what we've heard. I guess let's start with, somebody suggested that we start from the least senior to the most senior, except I'm taking myself out, even though I'm the very least senior, using my prerogative to wait until I hear everybody else. So that would be you, Dr. Johnson.
Are you talking about age, senior?
No, tenure on the board. I'd still beat you on age, senior too.
I don't know about that. Well, this is certainly I think, a positive in gathering together to have this type of meeting and the presentations. And I thank you for organizing this and pulling it together. And I thank everybody that's here that has questions and maybe soon to have comments. My goal, as always, is election integrity and whatever it takes to achieve that. And I think that's true of everybody here on the board. I take this meeting as maybe a springboard for us to have further discussions of things that we might do to make suggestions to the assembly, the legislature in the future, and to work with maybe some formulation of some new rules that would help clarify areas that are maybe unclear. And I look forward to that process. Is everything perfect? No. Could it be better? Yes. Are we all working very hard toward that? Yes. Once again, I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lindsay, you're next.
A few comments here.
Mike.
We discussed here today how the machines are supposed to work and how the system is supposed to work. But there are some things that we're going to need the public here. And I want to reach beyond just the group here in this room, because I think the group here in this room is pretty good at monitoring based on my observations and based on the emails that I get. But I want to sort of reach out to the folks beyond just this room to encourage them to let us know and let the Secretary of State's office know during the election process if you see something that is not correct, to let us know as soon as possible so that they can be corrected. That's why I asked the question a moment ago on how folks should best get a hold of the Secretary of State's office during the audit process or any other part of the election process. So it's incumbent upon all of us in the state of Georgia to make sure that the system that's been set up for how it ought to run actually does run, and we need your help. All the way down to, quite frankly, looking at your ballot when it's printed out. I saw one analysis and study not too long ago on the fact that a large number of people don't look at the ballots before they turn it into the machine. And I find that appalling because a lot of us have been advocating for that paper backup for a long time. I think I signed when I was serving the legislature, I believe it was 2006 was the first time I signed the bill asking for that paper backup. So the paper backup, which actually has now been raised to the paper ballot period, is the voter's best chance to make sure that his or her ballot is accurate before it's submitted into the ballot box. So I'm going to encourage everyone to read the ballots. And then I'm going to encourage each of us, if you see something at the polling places or at the counting station or at the audit process, to alert the Secretary of State's office as quickly as possible. And if it can't be rectified there, to file a complaint with us so that we can then deal with it. So that I think all of us together are necessary to make sure that the system as it should work does work. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, I want to sort of talk about a concern I have, and I raised it first with the gentleman from Dominion, and I want to raise it again to the board here today and also to the general public. There have been detailed studies that have been taken regarding our security of our election system. The latest one by an entity called MITRE, and for those of you who aren't familiar, it is a extremely well-regarded a national election security laboratory that's independent, that has reviewed a lot of the allegations that were contained both by the federal government and by other folks in lawsuits. And I'll tell you right now, we've had a chance to read it, but we can't tell you what's in it because there is a gag order presently in place and it's secure. I'm not comfortable with that. And I want to see that federal judge who has placed that restriction while she reviews the reports to release it. If necessary, redact any parts that would compromise cybersecurity, but I want to see that report out as soon as possible. So that folks like you and the general public can have greater confidence in the system, or can at least evaluate your level of confidence in the system. And so, Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time, I want to make a motion that I want this board to be on record asking that the federal, respectfully asking, because I'm a trial lawyer too, respectfully asking that the trial court expedite the release of those reports so that the general public can see and evaluate for themselves. I think that's the best way to ensure confidence. And so, Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time, I'll make that motion.
So while we're on that subject, we ought to all, if anybody else wants to say anything about the requesting Judge Totenberg to allow, appropriately so, because there could well be information that everybody contends would be improper to disclose generally. I don't think there's much of that. I think most of it's the evaluation, but I do think that we ought to ask the court whether it's gag orders where you can't talk about something in public. It's actually a protective order. But I think that should be lifted.
Yeah, gag order was a coming out with a colloquial phrase. Basically, it's underneath the restriction right now. And I think that, and I've got a gentleman over the press over here, and I know some other members of the press too. How about going back and talk to your lawyers and having them file a motion to be part of that attempt? Will you do that for me, Mark? All right, good. Didn't mean to put you on the spot. But at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, I would move that the MITRE report or any other reports that are presently before Judge Totenberg that are under seal be released to the general public, subject to any needed redactions for cybersecurity reasons, so that we can have the public evaluate and have confidence in our election system as we approach the November 8th, 2022 elections. That's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second? So it's been moved and seconded that the board ask Judge Totenberg, who's the presiding judge in the curling case where these two reports exist, for her to release any report having to do with cybersecurity of the Dominion system.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
But that the court, in her discretion, as she believes that there is sensitive information that should not be released to the public, that she redact only those provisions and release the rest. So if it's a little recast, but
yes.
Any discussion on the motion? There not being any discussion, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Passes. Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. All right, who's next? Gazal.
Thank you, Judge Duffy, for the opportunity to share my thoughts, and to my fellow board members and representatives today for taking the time and effort to help us understand the issues that we're facing. Is it? Thank you. Thank you. We are already well underway with the 2022 general election. Voting is already happening. I also appreciate that so many members of the public are here. You're demonstrating your interest in making sure that every eligible voter is able to cast their ballot and every ballot is counted accurately. This meeting of the State Election Board was called to evaluate what, if anything, could be done by this body in light of the very serious allegations emanating from Coffee County. Namely, that it appears that unauthorized persons may have been granted broad and extended access to every component of the voting system there. The outcome of the election in 2020 is not in dispute by any reputable source. The only issue at hand today is what steps would be appropriate to ensure that every vote in the 2022 general election is cast according to the will of the voter and counted as cast, given what we believe likely happened in Coffee County. So I want to start with my conclusion, which is that Georgia law does not authorize the state election board to unilaterally change the system of voting in person from machine-marked paper ballots to hand-marked paper ballots. But I also want to make clear that even if, for the sake of argument, I did believe that we had the authority to change our statewide system of voting, I would not do so today. We've heard this morning from some of the experts who are in charge of ensuring that our elections are secure. They detailed all the ways in which our votes are safeguarded and the overlapping security measures that would very quickly make apparent if there were nefarious actors or actions attempting to change the outcome of our elections. The most critical measures built into our system include logic and accuracy testing, which is ongoing right now and is available and open to public observation. Documentation of chains of custody, our reconciliation and canvassing procedures, and most importantly, the paper ballots and the pre-certification audits conducted with them. Counties have a heavy responsibility to implement and document these procedures, and voters have a responsibility to verify that their ballots are accurate and reflect their choices. And to that end, a rule is already in place that requires counties to assign poll officers whose sole job is to remind voters to verify that their ballot is correct. The step is more important than ever, and I encourage counties to reinforce this reminder to voters. Make no mistake, the allegations regarding Coffee County and the damage that has been done to public confidence are very serious. Knowingly allowing unauthorized persons to access our voting system, our very votes, is a massive violation of the public trust and possibly state and federal law. I want to see every effort given to ensuring that the law enforcement investigation is thorough and justice administered. Any party considering engaging in such serious violations of the public trust needs to understand that these actions will not be tolerated in Georgia. A successful election must take into account three sometimes competing interests: security, accessibility, and efficient administration. If the system neglects any one of these, or if it's out of balance, then either the voter or the vote will suffer. Georgia's system reflects an attempt to balance these issues and interests. I have trust in our election officials and in our voters to ensure that our elections will proceed smoothly and securely, and that the outcome will reflect the will of the voters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ashburn?
Thank you, Judge Stephan. Turn my mic on. I'd like to thank you, Judge, for putting all your hard work and putting this meeting together today. Is an incredible amount of work. I don't think you understood the word retirement because of the incredible number of hours that you put in with this. So I appreciate all your diligence, and I thought this was very helpful. I thought the presenters were very kind with their time and their expertise, and I appreciated that very much. I promise every citizen of Georgia, I will protect your vote. Everyone on here, every person on this board is going to protect your vote. If I see something wrong, I promise you I will raise it. Okay. If I don't see something wrong, I'll also tell you that. But I promise you, we will protect your vote. I promise you, I will protect your vote. This board will protect your vote. The only way we cannot protect it is if you do not cast it. So don't let anybody tell you you shouldn't vote for whatever reason they give you. All right. And with that, I use my seniority to say I have nothing further to add.
One of the privileges in life is to work with people who are bright, bring different perspectives to an issue, who are hardworking, and who do it not for any remuneration, but they do it because they think that what we do in the form of voting is the most principal elementary participation of a citizen in their governance. And while it's, Matt was nice to say how much time has been that I've been spending. I tell a lot of people that this work has invigorated me because I think it's important. I think it totally aligns with my values. But like everybody has said, we need your help. And here are some specific things. When I opened with this description about what happened in Florida and the fundamental principles to be that you have to understand the law and you have to understand the facts. What overlays all of that is if we are trying to do that collectively, there's a productive way of helping us and a productive way of us communicating with you, and then there's an unproductive way. The productive way is that if you think you have information that is important for us to look at, and not just us, but the Secretary of State's office, then you ought to give it to us as soon as you have it. And not wait until there's some maybe a time that you think is more calculated or a time that's more convenient to you. It's easier, even when you're not done with your analysis, to tell us what the analysis is so that we can see whether or not we can give you input that allow you to focus on the things that would be important to us as opposed to what you think is important to you. So at some point, this has to become not adversarial, us against you. It has to be collegial, which is if we want to work together, there's got to be respectful communication. And there's got to be this overlay, which I regret a lot. This overlay of suspicion of each other has to stop. Now, you can disagree with us and we can disagree with you. But if we don't communicate honestly, we will never know what we disagree about. And it's important to define those things. The other thing I said is we need to know facts so that we can apply them to the law. I began our session with that discussion. You need to know facts before you apply it to the law. And we've even had a couple of instances here where there's been an unequivocal statement about something that was wrong. And it's on us that one of those unequivocal statements made was about the status of the case heard by Judge Adams, that it's not on appeal. It is on appeal. I know that it's fully briefed on appeal. It's an appeal that's before the Court of Appeals. And I have been a lawyer and I've been amazed at how well courts can ultimately evaluate a decision in our system to have a decision that then gets reviewed by another, sort of like an audit, looking at an election to determine whether or not the count was correct, that we need to let the court system work. And then when the court system does work, we need to respect it and trust it, rather than saying the court got it wrong. So for that, and for any other misstatement, I just want us all to back up and say, when we make an expression of something, let's be more certain about it. One way of building trust is, and one thing that we are putting into place is, and if anybody has emailed me in the last 4 or 5 days, and a lot of you have, or a lot of you outside have,
except for somebody who just makes a statement, anybody who talks to me or about the board and what it should do, I think every one of those emails I've answered. And a lot of it is because I think that if we're the government, you have a right to hear from the government. There's no, I don't have a little mailbox that said, this is an email, I really don't have time for it. I'm uncompensated, so therefore I'm going to put it somewhere and let somebody else deal with it, or they've had their say, I'm not going to respond. And you will have our emails. If they're not already on the website, they should be on the website. Megan, are they restored to the SAB website? So you have a way to communicate with us. And we will do our best. We're going to try to do it without inconsistencies by looking at it in a centralized way, and then we will respond. And the last is, I would just urge you, there are a number of people who send things that are mean-spirited to us personally and veiled threats. I didn't stop sending emails when I got those, and I won't. But I wish that all of you who are inclined to do that would cease sending. This is too important to get my hackles up about somebody who doesn't exercise great discretion in their communications, because I want everybody to say, this guy, or these women, or these men got an email and they didn't, what's the current term? Ghost me. I'm not sure that's right, but it's kind of the spirit of it. But we need to work more collectively rather than uncollectively. During the, I'm going to talk to the Secretary of State's office that I am concerned about emergent, and I had these concerns even in my work when we had a big investigation, that we had a way where we had a group of people that if somebody saw something that needed to be responded to quickly, we had a place where that would go that was distinguished from the regular communication systems. You know, I have seen, at least in the last couple of days, a couple of really troubling things, which we've opened investigations on, or at least I think we have. That's the sort of thing that needs to be addressed right now. And it can't go into some file and be put in line with other things which are not as critical. And I think during an election, and these had to do with the upcoming election, we need to have a way to respond more quickly and promptly to stop something that, if it's not stopped in its infancy, might develop into something that's more mature and thus more threatening to the election process. So I'll talk to the Secretary of State's office about that. You know, Blake and Ryan and everybody at the Secretary of State's office, the one thing I've known for a while, and one of the things we're going to recommend to the General Assembly, is we can't operate a state with as many people as we have with just 20 people in the elections division. That we've got to be more thoughtful about the priorities we have and where we staff. Now, will that happen? You know, sometimes it doesn't happen in the first time you talk about it. It happens in successive years, but those are the sort of things that we're going to try to do to make the Secretary of State's office have the capacity to respond. But I agree with Matt and with Edward that we need, every time you hear something that you think is going to impact an election and it's happening right now, we need to know. We're going to find a way to do that. If nothing else, you can send us an email. Send them to Mr. Lindsay. I don't mind those at all. And in fact, I've learned so much about this process by getting them. So I thank you for being here. I thank you for those that are watching. We are a citizen democracy, and we appreciate very much your attention. We're going to close out the meeting as we normally do with citizen comments. Well, but let's take what
this will be true this time. It's going to be a 5-minute break, but there's going to be a real 5 minutes as opposed to the 15-minute break that turned into a 20-minute break. But so 5 minutes, and we'll be back with your comments, and then we'll be done. take their seats. This is the public comments section. I will call you up as you're listed, with the exception of Cindy Battles, who has to catch an airplane, and I'm going to let her go first.
Thank you so much, both for moving me up and for outing me to everybody.
So long as you remember that it's a 2-minute time limit.
I do remember.
think you-
I'm very good at my time limits, as a matter of fact, believe it or not. My name is Cindy Battles, and I am the Policy and Engagement Director for the Georgia Coalition for the People's Agenda. I appreciate the effort that y'all have made with this meeting. I don't know if it changes hearts or minds. I think that the time to have inoculated misinformation and disinformation was when it first started, and instead the Georgia Assembly gave it a platform, which I think is why we're still trying to put out a dumpster fire with a teaspoon. However, what I would like to ask about is specifically something to do with SB 202 and state election board rules. A few months ago, you revised several 183-1-14-0.12, which is the eligibility of application for an absentee ballot. And your revised rule states that, quote, any application for an absentee ballot sent to any voter by any person or entity, except applications sent by the election superintendent or registrar at the request of the elector, shall display the following disclaimer. The rule goes on to describe the disclaimer, but what we're asking is, what does sent mean? Does that mean mailed? Does it also include delivery in person? We're asking because there's not enough guidance as to what an absentee ballot application forms volunteers should be using, or what sent means. We've got a number of people who have often helped people get absentee ballot requests. And just because Georgia is Georgia these days, I'm specifying we are helping people get absentee ballot requests, not absentee ballots. Specifically, we have gone into Fulton County jails, not only registering eligible voters to vote, but also helping them get absentee ballot requests. And with the ambiguity in the language, we're concerned that we're violating rules. So I understand that the state election board doesn't normally answer questions, but we would love to have some sort of guidance on that definition. Thank you.
Tell me the rule number again, just so I have it in my notes.
The rule number again, hold on one second. It is 183-1-14.12.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Have a good, safe flight.
Let's hope so.
Mr. Balbona?
I'll try to be quick. I'm George Balbona from Cobb County. Secretary of State's office is moving money around from different POs, RPOs, and VARs to pay for various items such as VM cloud-based services. SOS is also paying IT vendors that are not on Merit Beaver's IT vendors list. Just a couple of months ago, on July 19, 2022, Merit Beaver SOS CIO sent an email entitled "No More Presidio" to the SOS agency procurement officer. Merit explained, "Before processing any new PO to Presidio, please let Merrick and myself know, as we are moving all of these to CDW." She replied, "I was going to ask the question because I saw the Presidio for $200K and the purchase of HiQ Nutanix license for CDW for $28K. Merrick responded, "There is one more Presidio RPO left out there for Nutanix that we are working on now to move to another. The other two, HiQ and VM, we moved to CDW," end quote. Is this legal? I thought that when a purchase order was approved, those funds were to be used only for the purposes stated. Also, SOS is blatantly playing games with my open records request. SOS combined 3 of my open records requests into a single cost estimate. Search hits were ridiculously inflated from 832 to 2,921, and the processing cost estimate skyrocketed from $235.77 to $1,008. SOS made me resubmit my ORRs, and these numbers are for the exact same open records requests. SOS bundled 5 of my other ORRs into a single open records request. This is not how SOS normally processes open records requests. SOS has deemed my open records request abandoned because they will not do as I have requested, which is simply process my open records request properly. Reason I'm concerned about VM is because it was started by 2 Russians. They're now billionaires, oligarchs. I could give you the names, Sretmir Tishmashev and Andrei Baranov. And in Forbes, it says there are an estimated 1,000+ US companies in Russia, including household names like Apple, iHerb, and the entirety of the back office of VM software. The reason that's important is because SOS has decided to be a great idea to put all of our Georgia voter registration up on the cloud. Guess who has the contract? Yeah, VM. And I don't care if Nick Ayers, Mike Pence's former chief of staff, is on the board, who wrote the software were Russians.
Thank you, Mr. Balbona. Mr. Favorito?
Mr. Chairman, I'm the co-founder of Voter GA, and we're plaintiffs in Representative Phillips Singleton's case that seeks relief against Dominion's QR code voting system. I needed to correct a few problems I'm giving out my public comments today. Just to give you a little bit of background, this QR code issue was adjudicated in Curling v. Raffensperger by Judge Totenberg, and she reviewed the most comprehensive set of evidence ever assembled in a Georgia election integrity case, to my knowledge. And she issued two orders totaling 300 pages, the scathing orders, that found that, among other things, that Secretary of State's office was, quote, not credible, unquote. Specifically, she found in regards to the QR code system that the Dominion system, quote, does not produce an elector verifiable paper ballot, and the elector's choices are not in a format readable by the elector. That's because they're accumulated out of the QR code. So she found that the system does none of these things that are required by Georgia law. The Secretary of State's office appealed the decision, and at least part of it, and the 11th Circuit heard the decision, but has not made a ruling yet. So the Secretary of State was able to use the system again in 2022. That's the background, and the bottom line of the takeaway of the background is that the system that was used to conduct the 2020 election was found to be illegal by the United States District Court. That's not Ron Favorito, Georgia, or Voter Georgia talking. But now, with that background, we filed a case seeking relief, not to re-adjudicate what had already been adjudicated extraordinarily by Judge Totenberg. And our judge, Judge Adams, never received any discovery evidence whatsoever, never adjudicated anything. Her first task was to rule on the sufficiency of our complaint. And instead, she dismissed that on the same day that a hand count audit proved the Dominion system picked the wrong winners in Diebold's in a DeKalb County District 2 Commission race.
You need to wrap up.
Okay, sure. So that audit in 2022 found that the third place candidate was shorted 3,000 votes. The first place candidate received 1,400 unearned votes, and 1,800 votes the system failed to count altogether.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Tamara Seymour.
Thank you. I'm following up on a May 17, 2022 letter that asked you to make SEB rules compliant with federal and state retention law, and the board still has taken no action on that. When SB 202 made ballot images public record, Voter GA submitted open records requests statewide for the original 2020 ballot images and found that 56 counties admitted to storing them, and another 14 refused to legally comply with the ORR. We also found that 102 counties destroyed their Dropbox surveillance videos for 181,507 ballots received from those boxes. When we pointed out that they violated state and federal election record retention laws, the counties blamed the SEB rules that permitted destruction of those election records in defiance of OCGA 21-2-73 and USC 20701. Voter GA's letter simply asked you to make SEB rules comply with federal and state law and to instruct the counties to preserve the original ballots in lieu of the images until all current litigation is resolved. After 4 months, the board has taken no action. While I realize the board composition is new, this lack of action has given us the impression that the newly structured board has no concern for election integrity, transparency, and fraud prevention. You can demonstrate your concern by immediately adjusting these two rules in question and requesting the counties to preserve the 2020 election ballots before the 24-month retention period expires in November. Otherwise, Voter GA must file suit in October to force you to comply with the law and to preserve the ballots from the most controversial election in Georgia's history. Thank you.
Thank you very much. William Quinn.
Good afternoon. I believe it's afternoon. All right. I always try to make my comments match or meet something that was said during your hearing. I'm going to try to do that today. Let me start with this week. Someone that I admire greatly said that our country is in trouble. It can be saved, but some very important things have to happen, and they have to happen very soon for it to avoid going over the precipice. Perhaps it's fitting that another Georgia is in the news this week. Giorgia Meloni, who Italy just selected as their prime minister. Her base looked to her for guidance in terms of the fundamentals they should be worried about. And they were three things: God, family, and country. I think you're going to find that as this country gets more and more focused on the problems that we're facing, that you heard about through many of the things today, they are going to drop back to exactly those things, because that, at the end of the day, are the fundamentals we all have to worry about: God, family, and country. Truth is sometimes difficult, but it's enduring. We will see people try to paint it with various things they may call facts. But over time, information as it comes out will make that cheap paint crack off, and the truth is going to be revealed. One of the things I heard today is, gosh, the counties and this board can't take action absent law change. The fact is, you've done it in the past. You did it in April 2020 by approving drop boxes. Problem is, you didn't have the power of law to do it. Right now, you say, well, we could act in an emergency. You have an emergency. It was just extended by the White House on September 7th. A national emergency with respect to foreign interference in and undermining public confidence in United States elections. So you haven't taken action, I understand. I see you resting on, we can't. Let me tell you how the people are going to fix this.
Okay,
We're going to do three things.
You need to wrap up.
We will
Sorry.
vote like we have never voted before.
Excuse me.
We will help other people get out and vote. and we will inform them why it works. And we will focus on things like what happened with Kerry Lake in Arizona, and we will focus on our own future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Remember God, family, country.
Jo Ellen Shiver.
Hello. I just wanted to say that I do have a lack of confidence in the Dominion machines, and that it is based on what I saw happen in the 2020 elections and even in the most recent primaries. I found a lot of the results to be questionable. And one example I would want to cite is that race in DeKalb County where there were 3 candidates and one candidate came up with 0 votes and demanded a hand recount, and then she ended up winning. And I find this very troubling as to how many more errors were there like this in how many races, how many did we not catch? Is this human error? I've heard it was human error, but that concerns me that we would have machines that would, have human error, but also what other intervention can the machines get? If it's not just human error, what other human intervention can they get? My concern is also the software. Can we not audit the software? Can software not take one vote and equate it to 0.76% of a vote or 101% of a vote or flip votes? That's part of my concern. So I just would say I would love to get rid of these machines. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shiver. Ginger Bradshaw.
Hi, I just want to say that I've learned a lot today, which means that I've got a lot more to do on my plate. And some of the things I ask, you may not have control over, but I just think it would be good for you as the state board being over all of Georgia and election I'm sure you know about it, but I just want you to let you know it's a concern of mine. The representative from the Secretary of State's office, I thought did a great job on talking about the audits and how open and how transparent they were. But I know we were in several counties that was set up to do a hand recount of the votes, and the strong arm from somebody came in and said, oh no, you can't do that. Well, part of the law, and everybody's been talking about the law today, why are we maintaining the ballots for 24 months if we can't get access to them? I know Garland has been in a lawsuit that has just been pushed off, and then finally the judge said, I'm going to dismiss it. So that's what gives us a bad taste in our mouth, a dishonesty of, if everything is so open and apparent, give us the ballots and prove us wrong. So I don't know how much power y'all have over there, but you do talk to people and whatever. And the other thing, on another vote, I was a poll manager in the last couple of elections, and a girl that I worked with worked for Fulton County on the registration side, and she told me the redistricting updates weren't even done. In my school board race, a guy, Phil Chin, ran, and I live in 7B, and 7C, which is not in his district, had his race on it. Nobody did anything about it. So somebody somewhere has got to lay the law down and and you talk about following our laws, but we're not following them, and somebody needs to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tom Talbot. Mr. Talbot? Talbot. Talbot. Okay, he's not here. Mr. Nally?
Good afternoon, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a little bit disappointed in this body. Not you, Your Honor. You came along a little too late to get included. Back in April, I filed a complaint concerning over 20 elected public officials who were held to be, by our Constitution, the language of our Constitution, not qualified to hold their offices by reason of being illegally in possession of public funds. In May, I filed an inquiry. In June, I'm sorry, I didn't file, I emailed an inquiry. And in June, emailed again. I haven't emailed since because I have been ignored from the very first filing. It would be nice if someone had the decency to pick up a phone, drop me an email, let a citizen know that the law is going to be complied with or it is going to be ignored. I'd just like to know which. Now, that was my first comment. My second comment is that it is my opinion that it is for a judge to determine whether or not a contract is void. The rest of us refer to it as being voidable or not voidable. The Dominion State of Georgia contract is void as a matter of law and as a matter of fact. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Nally. Jean Dufort.
Thank you for this remarkable meeting. I can't think of a meeting in the last 20 years that's had so much interaction from board members. And I really want you to know, and the public, and I want you to know, we've noticed, and I'm not the only one that appreciates it. So thank you. Mr. Polis's presentation reminds me of your story, Judge, about the witness who described perfectly a wedding, but the wedding was on the wrong day. If you review the substantial record in Curling v. Raffensperger, since, let's call it August of 2019, when it started to focus on the BMDs, their expert declarations, their transcript of hearings, and there's the writings of Judge Totenberg herself that would challenge the rosy picture painted by Mr. Polis. I would encourage you all to take a look at it from that perspective. Nearly 6 months ago, as vice chair of the Morgan County Dems, I joined Sally Grubbs from the Cobb County GOP and Ryan Graham from the Libertarian Party of Georgia and dozens of candidates to ask you to act to minimize risk to our elections in a manner consistent with existing law, not to make new law. As the evidence mounts of what happened to compromise our state's voting system, starting in Coffee County, I'm going to refrain from saying I told you so and simply ask, if not now, when? What would it take? If Georgia's election software being pirated and distributed widely to well-funded characters from the Stop the Steal movement, if that didn't scare you, what will? If CISA confirming the findings of Alex Halderman isn't sufficient, what would it take? If the urgent advice of 13 of our most well-respected experts in the election space, if that isn't compelling, what would you find compelling? And not one, not two, not three, but 8 different days unauthorized individuals were in the Coffee County election office. An investigator was in the office with one of the perps and didn't bother to check his name as far as we know. So I'm asking you again, please use your authority under existing law, not new law, to find the theft of our election software to be an emergency rising to the sufficiency to command the emergency paper ballot system. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ferguson, Earl Ferguson.
Earl Ferguson, I'm a Fulton County victim.
2 years ago, in October of 2021, there was a ruling in the district courts in the Northern District of Georgia. The case is Curling versus Rassin Parger. And that investigated the security and capabilities of the Dominion machine. 174 pages of testimony, and I read it all. And it indicated that there were several issues that even Dominion agreed with that required action. 2 years later, there has been no attempt by the Secretary of State or Dominion to correct those problems. I would really like to know why. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is it Susie Trotter-Chard? Is that right? Close, right?
I'd like to start by thanking the board for their work, especially in these thankless times. My name is Susie Trotter, and I'm a current resident and voter in Fulton County. I have lived in Georgia my entire life, and I have voted in every election in which I was eligible. But for me, it has always been easy. My career, my family, my location, the environment in which I lived always made it easy. It's not always been easy for others. Their jobs, their communities, and unfortunately, the restrictions sometimes set by the state made it difficult. Voting in Georgia in 2020 was finally made a little easier for those who wanted to vote but couldn't always make it work. And security and accuracy of the 2020 election in Georgia has been confirmed over and over and over again. It is time to move on. Reasonable people throughout Georgia, throughout our state, agree that all eligible voters should be able to go to the polls and vote without fear or intimidation, and that all eligible voters should have equal access to the polls. It should be just as easy for any eligible voter to vote as it has always been for me. I'm asking the Secretary of State and the State Election Board to focus their attention on the current election by providing all counties and election administrators the assistance they need now to run free and fair elections. Despite increased restrictions, let's make sure that easy access to the polls is available for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Joseph Kirk.
Hello, my name is Joseph Kirk, and I'm the election supervisor from Bartow County. A lot's been said today, but I wanted to briefly summarize what I think matters most to election integrity as an election administrator with a history of secure and transparent elections. First is pre-election testing. We have to test and verify not only the content and layout of the ballots, but the hardware that we are going to use functions properly and accurately. Then we have chain of custody. We need chain of custody for critical items such as election technology, the blank, and most importantly, voted ballots. And incidentally, chain of custody for blank paper does not do a whole lot to increase election security. Third are reconciliation procedures. We should be constantly reconciling how many legal voters have applied for ballots against how many have been issued, received, and counted, both for in-person as well as mail-in ballots. Then with robust canvassing and consolidation procedures, which happen between election night and the ensuing certification meeting. And that's the process of verifying that all and only legal votes have been counted and they've been reported accurately at all levels. And then finally, tabulation audits we've heard about today, which are how-in-kind procedures that compare the results reported by the voting system to the human readable text on the ballots. And when done properly, these can and will detect issues with the voting system. We have to use election technology to facilitate our voting process. Hand counting is not nearly accurate or efficient enough to tabulate Georgia's elections. But please know I did not mention how the ballot is marked or who makes that technology. Hand-marked ballots are not a silver bullet that guarantees election integrity. Voters do in fact verify their ballots prior to casting them. Our system does count our votes accurately, and all these steps must happen no matter how the ballot is marked. I also want to mention list maintenance. It's a constant process that every county goes through to keep our lists clean. Eric helps a lot with this. We get information from our state and other states, and it's worth noting that Eric does not add or delete voters, just gives us information. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is transparency and the importance of poll watchers. A well-trained poll watcher is incredibly important to this process. They have to be prioritized and valued. They are volunteering their time to observe a tedious and monotonous process and should be thanked for their service. We need to focus on the things that truly matter if we want to rebuild public confidence in our elections. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Judge, may I break protocol and ask Mr. Kirk a couple of questions simply because he's not just a member of the public, but also an election supervisor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Kirk, can you tell us a little bit more? Mr. Kirk, can you tell us more about the audits, the pre-certification audits that you've been conducting since 2020? How have you conducted them? Have you identified any discrepancies? How many ballots are you using in those exercises?
Absolutely, and I'll try to be brief. I've used the same procedures we used in 2020 for every election I've conducted since then. I advertise the audit. I invite the parties to come as observers. I have a public observation area. I have auditing teams of 2 people that sort and stack the ballots and count them to stacks of 10, then count those stacks of 10. The nice thing is with a little bit of practice, it gets faster, it gets cheaper. The public has more confidence as a result. So, and we actually count every ballot cast in Bartow County for a single race, for every single election. To give you an example, we audited the gubernatorial race from this year and had a 0.1%, so 0.001 margin of error. And I have gone back in the past, not in that audit, but in previous audits, to confirm that the errors were made on the part of the auditors, not the voting system. So I have a hell of a confidence in our system. Any major discrepancies would have been noticed in the audit, both in the number of ballots cast as well as the vote totals. And I've never seen anything make me question the results or the reported winners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Victoria Cruz.
Hello, my name is Victoria Cruz. I'm from Athens, Georgia. And a lot of people have already mentioned some of the things that I wanted to talk about. I do want to tell you, Judge, I was very impressed by the story you were telling about your time in Florida, because I was driving through Atlanta traffic trying to get here on time. I was listening to you. And yes, you do have to delve deeper. Back then, you made a phone call. Now, we have access to the internet. You all have access to the internet. So there's no reason why you can't research and get information. Everyone can. And this is where we are right now and why we distrust it. It seems like the mainstream media is telling one story. Dominion is telling one story. The Secretary of State's office is telling one story, but there are other stories out there. And how do you decide which one you're going to listen to? Obviously, you trusted that wedding coordinator because he brought the goods. We need to delve a little bit deeper, especially with regard to the Coffee County case, because I don't think you're getting all the information you need from the mainstream media. My last thing, because the previous speaker brought it up, is ERIC, our voter registration system. You need to delve further into that too. ERIC violates HAVA in the data that it collects because it asks for the states to give them all of those people who decline to register to vote. That is a person's right if they decline to register to vote. Why does ERIC need that data? What legal authority does Eric have to get that data? And how is that data being used? And it's being collected from all the places, not just the DMV that do the registration of voters, from social services, from fishing licenses. There are people who choose not to vote, who choose not to share their information with Eric. And I think it's incumbent upon the board to find out what Eric is doing with that information and why they need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And O'Mara?
Good afternoon. My name is Ann O'Mara from Cherokee County. And I've been speaking to our county Board of Commissioners and Board of Elections since January of 2022 to try to convince them to move to hand-marked paper ballots. They listened, but continue to point me to this board, saying our best recourse is with the state officials who plainly have the authority to do what is being asked of them. According to OCGA 21-2-344 and 366, our two boards do have the authority to use hand-marked paper ballots and direct the use of this optical scanning voting systems. Every president since Harry Truman, who created the National Security Council in 1947, has been concerned with national security. On October 26, 2001, the Patriot Act was signed into law. Here, critical infrastructure was defined. Systems and assets, whether physical or virtual, so vital to the United States that the incapacity or destruction of such systems and assets would have a debilitating impact on security, national economic security, national public health or safety, or any combination of these matters. In 2002, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security was signed into law. From 2001 forward, the critical infrastructure continued to be strengthened and protected. On January 6, 2017, election infrastructure was designated as a critical infrastructure subsection. This allowed election infrastructure to fall under the umbrella of DHS. In September of 2018, then President Trump signed Executive Order 13848, a lengthy executive order titled Imposing Certain Sanctions in the Event of Foreign Interference in a U.S. Election. In 2018, CISA was created, the same agency that just found 9 vulnerabilities in the Dominion systems in an article published in June. Finally, on September 7th of 2002, Joe Biden signed a continuation of Trump's executive order titled Notice on the Continuation of the National Emergency with Respect to Foreign Interference in or Undermining the Public Confidence in U.S. Elections. So we have been under a national state of emergency for 4 years regarding the security of our elections. If the 2 most recent presidents believe that the vulnerability of our election infrastructure is threatened, I believe the state of Georgia should as well. Get rid of the machines and move to hand-marked paper ballots for this upcoming election. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Abhishu Abharamja.
Thank you, Judge Duffy, for this meeting and esteemed members of the board. My name is Vasu Abhiraman. I'm Senior Policy Counsel with the ACLU of Georgia. I'm also a Georgia native. I'm a former software and telecommunications engineer, so I have an interest in this subject matter. And I'm a proud poll worker. I've worked about 10 elections in the last 3 years since the rollout of the new equipment. I've been a poll manager as well. My biggest beef with the current equipment is the power supplies are the heaviest things that I've ever carried. If I throw my back out, I'm going to come for the state of Georgia on a workers' comp claim. Mr. Lindsay and Ms. Gazelle, both of you talked about voter verification for the ballots. I will say it doesn't feel like the most natural part of the process now. I believe there are things that can be done, more prominent signage, encouraging voter verification of the ballots, doing everything we can to take it from voter verifiable to voter verified. I think that's pretty important. In general, I want to talk about the effect of the persistent misinformation around elections that we've seen over the past couple of years. Our local elections officials are bearing the brunt of it. We believe in the rule of law. Well, things like the voter challenges procedure or open records that counties have had to deal with, we believe that what we're seeing right now is local elections officials having to deal with these laws and allowances being used in a way that they weren't intended to be used for. And we hope that this board can stand with local elections officials like Joseph Kirk. Hats off to them, or if it's Joseph Kirk, hats on to Joseph Kirk. Right now, there's an unholy trinity going on in our election system. Low pay, long hours, misinformation at best, and threats of political violence at worst. We encourage you to do everything you can to stand up for local elections officials. We hope people take advantage of all of the opportunities for public observation, like of many of the things that Mr. Kirk was talking about, so that there's more correct information about what's going on in the system. Couple of concerns I have going forward. The week before early voting, elections officials have to send out all outstanding absentee ballots. They have to process all of the outstanding registrations in the 3 days after the deadline. And then they also have to prepare for early vote the next week, which is the method of choice for Georgia voters. And then in the 4 weeks between the election and the runoff, they'll have to deal with so much as well. We hope you stand with these officials and do whatever you can to make their lives easier. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anne Gray Herring.
Hi there, my name is Anne Gray Herring, and I'm the policy analyst at Common Cause Georgia. And I'm going to thank the board and Mr. Evans for the presentation on the risk limiting audits. We completely agree that these audits are only going to serve to help our elections and further the public trust in the election results. We would support, as was mentioned, an RLA after the runoff in addition to after the general election in November, and would even encourage the state and counties to strive to audit more statewide races than the one that's required. You know, if 2 or more could be audited, but we acknowledge that that's difficult for counties and would encourage the state board and the Secretary of State's office to provide as much support and guidance to counties as possible on their role in the RLA process and help them better plan and prepare for that. And while we think that the risk limiting audits are an important step that can help dispel misplaced suspicions about our election, we do want to acknowledge that it's not a solution for all the problems that exist in our state, and point out some things that the risk limiting audit cannot do. It won't resolve voter confusion or mass unfair challenges to individual voters. It won't resolve discriminatory practices, and the results do not show the effects of voting barriers like long lines, closed polling places, and relocated precincts and ballot drop boxes, nor can the RLAs measure the disparate impact of heightened voter ID requirements and ballot rejections. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ted Metz.
I am Ted Metz. I am a Cobb County voter. And I would just like to ask the board to encourage precincts and voting centers to actually hand count the ballots that are being produced by the ballot marking device and post those results before they go into the scanner. Then that's the best way to test the scanners, to see if the scanners are actually creating accurate results. That way, we also have a record of the votes, the voter intent from the paper ballot, which is, legally considered evidence of voter intent. And that will restore confidence. If the numbers match, then we can put the whole thing to rest, but we need to do this every election. So that is something I'm asking of you, is to make sure that at the county level, at the precinct level, that they are encouraged to actually do a hand count. We have plenty of volunteers that are willing to sit and count the ballots by hand using old-fashioned tally sheets. And that, again, having a record of what the votes are cast, voter intent, before they go in the scanners, and then comparing the hand count to the scanner count. If those numbers are equal, everybody's good. If they're not, then we know that there's a problem, and we need to solve the problem, which is probably by getting rid of the ballot tabulators made by Dominion, because we know that they can be hacked in about 37 different ways. The only other thing I would ask is that we actually restore some higher level of signature verifications for absentee ballots. And with that, I yield.
Thank you very much. Amanda Prettyman.
Amanda Prettyman from Bibb County. Thank you, board members, for having this meeting today and allowing public comment. A famous communist said, "It's not who casts the vote, it's who counts the vote." And in the state of Georgia, who counts the vote is the Secretary of State's office and a private company, Dominion. And maybe that's not communist, maybe it's more fascist, but the count is, while casting the vote is done in the localities and in precincts, the count is actually highly centralized. So it may look like it's not, but it's all a facade, because the programming is done for counting and then it's shrouded in secrecy. We have no ability to check the code to make sure it's one person, one vote. How is that vote being counted? And you might refer to audits, but Philip Stark, in reading his paper and Curling versus Raffensperger, has first count, audit, and recount differ substantially with the 2020 risk limiting audit. And with the roughly 3,200 precincts in Georgia, 3 to 4 votes change in each precinct can change the outcome of a statewide election. And yet with the 5% or less, when you look at just these spot checks and you just have a few off, no one does anything about it. They say, well, that was within reason. But if you don't look statewide and you don't make sure that those ballots are a true voter and a number of other things, then you don't really have a true audit. And so I don't have confidence in our system. And I would very much prefer that we hand count. If we can't get rid of the system for this election, at least add full hand counting, go beyond the risk limiting audit. In Bibb County, there were 26 in one precinct from the primary with the Secretary of State's race. And the hand count was accurate. It was counted 3 times with the same results, and no one has done anything. So we've asked to look more to see if that problem extends further into other precincts, or if it's isolated that one, and then from there determine what the cause is, but no one will do it. And part of it is because they are scared of the Secretary of State. I would prefer more, I guess, more curiosity, and let's just find the truth instead of being so scared. Thank you.
Thank you. David Cross.
Wednesday, I just came this last time.
That's weird. It didn't count all the votes. Those words were spoken by an election worker last October in Williamson County, Tennessee. An election observer there learned that 2 precinct scanners did not tabulate the votes properly. One tabulator had 163 ballots in it, but only recorded 79 votes. The other tabulator had 167 ballots, but only 19 votes were counted. Williamson County, Tennessee contacted the Tennessee Secretary of State. He conducted an investigation and found that 7 of their 18 scanners did not count ballots accurately. The Tennessee Secretary of State contacted the United States government's Election Assistance Commission to investigate. The government conducted their own test with Pro-V&V, SLI compliance, and Dominion all present. After scanning the ballots, they got the same miscount of the ballots. Investigators reviewed the system log files, which is nothing more than a diary that the machine keeps of every interaction it has with a person or a piece of paper. It showed multiple instances of an error called a QR code signature mismatch with a warning message of ballot format or ID as unrecognizable. Testers noticed that the machines counted the votes properly until the error was triggered. After the error was triggered, every current ballot in the machine was not counted, and every ballot after it was not counted until the machine was reset. The EAC, Dominion Pro V&V, and SLI compliance reported the cause as inconclusive. After a month, Dominion informed the government that the cause was an error in the scanner software. The government asked Dominion to fix it, and a patch was made. As part of the government's investigation, 2 other states that used the same software were notified of the problem, Alaska and Iowa. The EAC tells us there are no other reports of this problem. It is isolated to Tennessee. I remember seeing that exact same error code on Gwinnett County's 2020 primary files when I was researching suspect results for Judge Kathy Schrader. Those Gwinnett files from 2020 showed 84 instances of the Williamson error. We, the Election Oversight Group, asked the U.S. government if the Williamson error was found in any other states or counties. The author, please give me another moment. The author told us there were no reports of the Williamson error anywhere else in the United States. The Election Oversight Group placed open records requests for scanner history files from all 159 counties. Judge, you wanted us to present this information sooner, but we were unlawfully blocked and significantly delayed by Ryan Germany and Blake Evans. As of today, we have only files from 66 of the 159 counties. So far, 64 of the 66 counties reporting have the Williamson error. That's 97% of the Georgia files.
You need to wrap up, Mr. Cross.
I'll get there. The software causing the error was originally written in 2018. The software has not been updated on any Georgia scanners. The bottom line is our work indicates the precinct scanners in Georgia have not counted ballots accurately since they were installed. The Secretary of State announced that he's going to be removing QR codes from the ballots. That will do nothing to correct the issue.
Mr. Cross, honor the time limit, please.
I'm sorry?
Honor the time limit.
I hope the press will take a look at this. I sent you files. Mark, I hope that you'll report on it.
But those are all the public comments. On behalf of the board and on behalf of everybody who presented today, who provided information, I hope you found it valuable. For those that are watching, I appreciate your time and attention. And we look forward to seeing you at our next meeting. We'll be adjourned.